Morning call-around report, great gospel music, classic country all day long here on AM 590 WCAB Rutherford. Have a terrific Easter weekend.
Get is that I'm trying to smear all conspiracy theorists or paint them as mentally ill, and that's absolutely not what I'm trying to do. In fact, that's the opposite of what I think all the research shows, is that conspiracy theories, believing conspiracy theories, is not the product of any kind of mental illness, but in fact it's something that we all do. We all entertain conspiracy theories because in many ways they're built into our brains. They resonate with various biases that we have. So while some features of some disorders like schizophrenia do involve paranoid delusions and things like that, when we talk about conspiracy theories, no, I think that's something very different. It's not associated with psychological ill health.
And quickly, the profile of a common conspiracy believer.
So there are some features of conspiracy theorist personalities. For example, people who believe conspiracy theories more tend to be a little bit more paranoid, as you would expect. But when I say paranoia, I'm not talking, again, about anything to do with mental health. I'm talking about mundane suspicions that we all have, like distrusting the people around you, your colleagues, thinking somebody's talking about you behind your back, and things like that. And another personality trait that correlates with belief in conspiracy theories is open-mindedness, which goes against some stereotypes of conspiracy theorists being closed-minded and searching for simple explanations. In fact, they tend to be more open-minded, at least to certain kinds of unusual claims.
We'll continue to open minds with the author of Suspicious Minds, Dr. Rob Brotherton, and more of your calls on The Medved Show.
Michael Medved.
With SRN News, I'm Patrick Foss. Top U.S. military officials say they expect an increase in the number of U.S. troops in Iraq in the weeks ahead. They'll be recommending to President Obama ways of increasing U.S. support for Iraq's ground fight against the Islamic State group. Officials also say raids in Syria. In Brussels, there were more raids on Friday in connection with this week's deadly explosions. Ted Cruz is denying a tabloid report that he had extramarital affairs. Cruz calls this week's story published by the National Enquirer sleaze and slime and blames what he calls Donald Trump's henchmen. Illinois Senator Mark Kirk is slated to be the first Republican senator to meet with Supreme Court nominee Merrick Garland. Kirk's office says the senator is scheduled to sit down with Garland on Tuesday. A judge has sentenced a Wisconsin man to prison for making threats against President Obama last summer. Brian Dutcher will serve 3 years in jail. This is SRN News.
I recently received my doctorate in astronomy, so mapping trans-Neptunian planets is a cakewalk. But tracking the trajectory of my financial future? Not so much. Fortunately, I've got TIAA. They helped me figure out a long-term personalized plan for my finances that I'm, well, over the moon about.
See how we're helping those who do good do well at the new TIAA.org. TIAA, created to serve, built to perform.
Every floor in stock is on sale at Lumber Liquidators' end-of-quarter clearance sale. 100 million square feet of top-quality flooring is priced to move. Get incredible deals on 60 styles of North American and European laminate, including the look of oak, maple, or cherry for under $1. 200 styles of pre-finished hardwood from just 99 cents. Save $2 a square foot on beautiful Bellawood 3/4-inch solid Brazilian cherry, and get pre-finished solid bamboo from $149. Plus wood look tile, vinyl plank, and more from 69 cents, and pay no interest until 2018. The end-of-quarter clearance sale is going on now, so visit lumberliquidators.com to find a store near you today.
Do you have to worry about identity theft during tax season? Yes. The IRS has reported over $6 billion in fraudulent refunds in a single tax year due to identity theft. Does it matter if you're not getting a refund? No. Thieves can use the information from your tax documents to steal your identity anytime. Can getting a neck massage make worrying about identity theft less stressful? Yeah. Who doesn't like a neck massage? But it won't help like LifeLock can. When you're a LifeLock member, you have access to our team of US-based specialists who know the steps to take to work to resolve identity theft issues during tax season and every other time of year. With LifeLock, identity theft can be less of a pain in the neck. Get LifeLock for peace of mind year-round. Memberships start at $9.99 a month plus applicable taxes. And now you can get 10% off. Go to lifelock.com and enter promo code SMART. LifeLock.
You think that you're rescuing them, but honestly, they're going to end up rescuing you. You don't know what they've gone through, and they're not going to be perfect. And they are so happy that you are taking a chance on them to be a part of your family. I urge you to go down to your local shelters, pounds, dog rescues, foundations, you name it, and rescue a dog. Once you get your rescue dog, you should definitely order some Dinovite. Go online and order it. DINOVITE.com. Dinovite. It's awesome stuff. 90 days of Dinovite will make your dog a happy dog. It will help them with their overall health. You don't need to spend thousands on vet bills. Dinovite is the best thing that's ever happened to my dogs, besides me, of course. Call 859-428-1000.
859-428-1000.
DINOVITE.com.
And on the Michael Medved Show, take a look at your blinds. Go ahead, look at them. Are they crooked? Are they busted? Do they have that ridiculous string that gets tangled and pulled up on one side? Well, if so, it's time to get brand new custom blinds from Blinds.com. And now through March 31st, if you use the promo code MEDVED when you buy 3 blinds, you get the 4th one free. Go to Blinds.com and use the promo code MEDVED today. That's a conspiracy to get you to go to Blinds.com. We're speaking about conspiracies with Dr. Rob Brotherton. He has made a long study of the psychology of conspiracy theories. His book is called Suspicious Minds. It's posted up at our website at michaelmedved.com. Let's go quickly to Brian in Queens, New York. Brian, you're on the Michael Medved Show.
Hi, Mike. Thanks for taking my call.
You bet.
1992, Bill Clinton, he essentially, in my opinion, gets elected because of a monkey wrench thrown in the election cycle of the former Ross Perot.
Right.
Fast forward 2016, the Clintons need to come up with another monkey wrench. And I think, in my opinion, they go with their good friend Donald Trump. And they say, and he comes and he runs as this candidate that's going to be an extremist, that's going to be disastrous for Republicans, and he is essentially a monkey wrench. Even the New York Post did an article where it said that Donald Trump conferred with Bill Clinton right before he decided to run for office. Do you think this is possible?
Do I think it's possible? Let me go to Dr. Rob Brotherton. What do you think? Donald Trump, a secret tool to get the Clintons back in the White House?
Well, let me first say that I'm not from here. I'm not American, so I'm an immigrant talking about American politics. But I do like the idea. I like it a lot because I think that, Donald Trump is not a stupid man by any means. And I would prefer to think that rather than just cynically trying to tap into the worst aspects of the public psyche, I would like to think that there's something more to it. But whether it's true or not, I don't know. I suspect probably not.
The reason that I think it's not true, Brian, is because if you assume that, then Donald Trump would be deliberately setting himself up to lose, and I don't think that's true. I mean, I think that Donald Trump, I don't think he wants to be president, to tell you the truth, but I think he wants to win, and because he likes winning. I don't think he will like governing, and one of the reasons I think he would be by far the worst president in American history if he ever won is precisely because he has no interest in governing. Appreciate your call. But he is not a self-sacrificing personality. And in order to run a race to lose to Hillary Clinton, you would have to be sort of a kamikaze, which means you're sacrificing yourself. He's shown no willingness to sacrifice himself or his own interest to anyone. Patty in Albany, Oregon, you're on the MedVed show with Dr. Brotherton.
Hi, guys. I've been wondering about this for a long time, and I've actually lost friends over it because I've been told over and over again that the Masons and the JCs are all devil worshippers, and that, the dollar bill has the Masons logo thing on the back, the pyramid and the eye, and that the White House...
when you say the JCs, who are the JCs?
Well, they're kind of an off-brand. So those cute little guys with the orange hat that...
You mean like Shriners?
Shriners. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Okay, right.
And,
I could just cut you short.
Sure.
Masons are not devil worshippers.
Well, I didn't think so because look at their good works.
Correct, exactly. And again, there a lot of Christians have problems. Not all, but many Christians have problems with items of Masonic doctrine. But the Masons have been around for a very, very long time. Patty, this may be interesting to you. The first major third party in American history was the Anti-Masonic Party, which actually won some electoral votes in the election of 1828, I believe it was. It may have been 1832. But the Anti-Masonic Party, I believe, carried the state of Vermont. And it was basically based on conspiracy theories about the Masons. And ironically, their candidate for president, who was named William Wirt, was a Mason. So was Andrew Jackson, who he was running against. We will be right back, not running against anybody, but calling your attention to Suspicious Minds, the new book by Dr. Rob Brotherton, subtitle, Why We Believe Conspiracy Theories.
1-800-955-1776. The Michael Medved Show.
Imagine your life 5 years from now. Are you on the path you want to be on? It's time to take control of your future by getting a world-class education from one of the nation's top universities. Arizona State University is now offering over 100 top-tier degree programs 100% online. It's the exact same degree our on-campus students receive, but you can learn from anywhere in the country on your own schedule. For information, call 1-800-720-3423. Learn from ASU's world-renowned faculty and use ASU's global recognition to improve your visibility, professional network, and gain real-world experience you can start using today. The Wall Street Journal ranked ASU 5th in the nation for producing the best qualified graduates. Now discover how ASU Online can stand out on your resume and help separate you from the competition. We're ready to help you learn to thrive in your life, in your career, and beyond. To learn more about ASU online degrees, call 1-800-720-3423. That's 1-800-720-3423.
Thinking about life insurance? What if you could make one free phone call and learn your best price from nearly a dozen highly rated, price-competitive companies? Well, that's exactly what happens when you call SelectQuote Life. For example, George is 40. He was getting sky-high quotes from other companies because he takes meds to control his blood pressure. But when I shopped around, I found him a 10-year, $500,000 policy for under $28 a month. I'm SelectQuote agent Dan Savino, and believe me, if SelectQuote isn't shopping for your life insurance, you're probably paying too much.
For your free quote, call 1-800-514-9771. That's 1-800-514-9771. 1-800-514-9771. Or go to SelectQuote.com. Since 1985, we shop, you save. Get full details on the example policy at SelectQuote.com/commercials. Your price can vary depending on your health, issuing company, and other factors not available in all states.
This is Michael Medved, and one of the problems that I face in life is there aren't enough hours for sleep. I certainly can't waste any time trying to fall asleep when I need to go to sleep, boom, right away. You know what helps in that cause? This pillow I've been sleeping on for the last 2 weeks. It's called My Pillow. I have never, ever slept on a pillow that is as comfortable as this. You have to try it. It's worth it. It comes with a 10-year warranty. It's guaranteed not to go flat. 60-day money-back guarantee. If you don't like it as much as I do, you can send it right back, get your money back. Patented interlocking fill that adjusts to your individual sleep needs. It's washable. It's dryable. Call right now, 800-320-6280. Give the promo code MEDVED for a special offer. You buy one, you get one free. One for you and your significant other. Or maybe just two for you. Buy one, get one free. MyPillow, 1-800-320-6280. 1-800-320-6280.
Hello, I'm Aaron, a student at Hillsdale College. Here is Hillsdale President Larry Arnn on why Americans should study the presidency.
People should study the American presidency because it's one of the three branches of government, and it's the part that acts. And so when the government gets ready to do something to us or to our allies or enemies in the world, it's the executive branch that does it. And there's some reason to fear it these days. It's an awesome power. But in addition, there's a series of constraints on it. One of them is there's an amount of time he's got, and then he's got to go back to the people. Another is he has to do things that are lawful, and he doesn't get to make the laws. And so a constitutional executive is a very powerful thing, operating under the constraints and for the purposes of the Constitution of the United States.
This Constitution Minute was brought to you by Hillsdale College. To receive a free pocket Constitution and Declaration, go to constitutionminute.com.
Four minutes after the hour on the Michael Medved Show, a conspiracy to do good. That's what Food for the Poor is. And you can be part of it. And you know what? At the cost of 7 cents, 14 cents a meal, 14 cents for a day for both meals, you can help keep a child alive, healthy, turn around lives in Guatemala or in Haiti. Doing great work. We are moving toward our goal. Do what you can. Go to the website to michaelmedved.com or call Food for the Poor. You can call them directly at 1-855, it's toll free, 330-4673, or go to michaelmedved.com and take a look at the video there about their great work down in Guatemala. Again, the phone number, 855-330-4673, Food for the Poor. We're speaking with Rob Brotherton. His book is Suspicious Minds, Why We Believe Conspiracy Theories. I mentioned earlier this hour that Donald Trump has peddled a lot of conspiracy theories. What's interesting to me is, Mr. Brotherton, I know you're not an American, so you feel you're immune to this presidential race. Earlier in the race, Donald Trump suggested that Ted Cruz should be running for Prime Minister of Canada because he is a former Canadian citizen and he was born in Calgary, Ontario. Ted Cruz was. And Trump seems to have dropped that all of a sudden. I mean, now has different bases for attacking, quote, lion Ted Cruz. Have you been a little bit surprised by the fairly large number of people who are concerned with these conspiracy theories about either Cruz or some people said Rubio or Obama being ineligible to be president?
Yeah, I mean, in many ways it seems unusual. It seems like this election cycle in particular has been particularly vicious, and there are a lot of conspiracy theories floating around. But although it might be a little bit more pronounced than usual, this is nothing new. Conspiracy theories, even at the heart of American politics, go all the way back to the founding of the country. Right, and even George Washington was concerned about the Illuminati, another secret society that rumors were swirling about at the time, that they were infiltrating positions of power. George Washington wrote a letter to a friend essentially saying that nobody is more convinced that the Illuminati is up to no good than I am, which was a popular rumor at the time.
But the Illuminati really existed in the late 18th century.
So, yeah, the Illuminati was a real organization. The history of it is pretty interesting. In fact, it was set up by a German guy called Adam Weishaupt, who had tried to join the Masons, but he was kind of disappointed with it. He thought they weren't secret enough, and also he didn't like their high membership fees. So he set up his own secret society called the Illuminati, and they lasted for about 10 years, and they really did have subversive aims. He really did want to change society peacefully in a more rational, enlightened direction. But the German government didn't really like it. They shut down the Illuminati after about 10 years, and there's no evidence that anybody tried to keep it going. But the rumors only grew in the wake of the French Revolution, particularly. A lot of people started saying that the Illuminati was still around, that they were secretly influencing world events, and the rumors made it over to America, as evidenced by George Washington's allegation.
Right, and what's amazing, it's not so surprising that George Washington believed it shortly after the Illuminati actually had existed. But the fact that people today, I take it you're not a member of the Illuminati, Rob Brotherton?
Well, I'm sworn to secrecy. Contractually, I'm not allowed to confirm or deny that.
I understand. Hold on. Somebody who is widely reputed to be involved with the Illuminati is Hillary Clinton. She was on the Jimmy Kimmel show last night, and the conversation sounded like this.
We had your husband, President Clinton, on the show. He said, I asked him about UFOs in Area 51, and if he looked in, because if I was president, that's the first thing I do. I go right into those files and see what was going on.
Right.
And he said that he did do that.
Yes.
And that he didn't find anything.
Well, I'm gonna do it again.
Yeah, why not?
Right? And you know, there's a new name. It's unexplained aerial phenomenon.
Unexplained aerial phenomenon,
Yep,
really?
Yep, UAP. That's the latest nomenclature.
I like the old one. I like UFO. I don't know why.
Well, I think we can use them interchangeably, but I would like us to go into those files and hopefully make as much of that public as possible. If there's nothing there, let's tell people there's nothing there.
What if there is something there?
Well, if there is something there, unless it's a threat to national security, I think we ought to share it with the public.
Well, what if everybody popped up on medical marijuana and everybody gets paranoid? I would love it.
That's why I want more research.
If you share it with me, I'll decide what is the best course of action.
Okay, a reason... was she really trying hard to get Jimmy Kimmel's vote there? Maybe she got it. Let's go to Andrew in Houston, Texas. Andrew, you're on the Michael Medved Show.
Hey, how's it going? Yeah, I just had a quick question regarding 9/11 and the notion of conspiracy. Conspiracy is just asking questions. And when society, you can't even have a debate about 9/11 on CNN, Fox, or none of these channels, because they close it off. So what do people do? They go online. And when you close off like that, people run wild. And they start thinking of things. And I believe in 9/11, but even on this show, you don't even have a guy debating your guest. It's all one-sided.
I don't think my guest is particularly preoccupied with 9/11 one way or another. Are you, Dr. Brotherton?
No, when it comes to 9/11 and every other specific allegation of conspiracy, I'm professionally agnostic. I'm not studying whether these 9/11 conspiracy theories or any other theories are true or false. I take no position on that. They could be true, maybe not. I'm just interested in why people are drawn to them.
Andrew, if you want to stay on the line, I'll continue with you and I'll bite. You say you believe in the 9/11 conspiracy. If you can explain it to me quickly on the other side of the break, I want to give you a chance to do that. The book is called Suspicious Minds. It's posted on our website. It's a fascinating read for a deeper understanding of the appeal of conspiracy theories. The author is Rob Brotherton. We'll be right back.
Your outlet for outrage.
It's outrageous what's going on out here.
It's the Michael Medved Show.
It's a tremendous, tremendous thing, and I'm telling you, it's going to explode.
The Michael Medved Show.
If you love freedom, if you love America like I do, then I'd like to invite you to stand with me and well over 1 million other patriotic Americans by joining AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. AMAC is the fastest growing 50-plus organization in the country, and there's good reason for that. AMAC fights for individual liberty, fiscal sanity in Washington, keeping a lid on an ever-growing federal government, and so much more. In fact, AMAC fights for the conservative values that have made this country great. AMAC membership will also give you access to exceptional money-saving benefits and discounts, such as group rates on auto insurance, a low-cost roadside assistance program, travel discounts, and access to all things Medicare. Join AMAC today at www.amac.us. That's www.amac.us. Or call 888-262-2006. Again, that's 888-262-2006. Tell them Michael Medved sent you.
With SRN News, I'm Keith Peters in Washington. Arrests of terror suspects in Belgium today. Police detained 3 people after raids in Brussels neighborhoods today that were described as linked to this week's bombings. Correspondent Angela Charlton reports today's arrests stemmed from new intelligence.
The raids were prompted by the arrest of a suspect in France who was suspected of plotting an imminent attack. The raids also appear to be linked to the suicide bombings in Brussels earlier this week.
Meanwhile, a man who was already in custody since before the bombings, Salah Abdeslam, is said to have stopped cooperating with police. The country's justice minister says he no longer wants to talk. Meanwhile, a teenager injured in that Brussels airport attack also survived the Boston Marathon bombing, and he says he's fortunate to have lived through both those ordeals. This is SRN News.
You know, I'm not a genius about money. I love my credit cards, and they love me. I was using them as a source of income, and then I got behind in my payments, and creditors were calling. I figured I had a problem, and I didn't know how to deal with it. I heard about Trinity, so I called and talked to a counselor. In half an hour, we worked out a plan. Now I've got one easy monthly payment, a lower interest rate, and I'm getting out of debt.
If you're in an endless cycle of paying on credit card balances that never seem to go away, then get ready for a toll-free number that will put you on a path to financial recovery. Trinity will consolidate your accounts, put a stop to late fees and over-limit charges, reduce your interest, and possibly improve your credit score. You'll save thousands. If your debt has you down, we should talk. Call 1-800-990-6976. That's 1-800-990-6976. Call 1-800-990-6976.
Speaking on 55 minutes after the hour on the Medved Show with Dr. Rob Brotherton. His book, Suspicious Minds, is posted up at our website at michaelmedved.com. The subtitle, Why We Believe Conspiracy Theories. He's a psychologist specializing in the psychology of conspiracy theories. Let me go back to Andrew in Houston. Andrew, you mentioned before that you believe there is a conspiracy behind September 11th. Why do you believe that, and who is conspiring?
I believe it just because when they had a debate, you can look up Webster Tarpley.
And I don't want to look up anything. I'm asking you.
It's Building 7, and mainly the Pentagon. The Pentagon was too low for a plane to hit, and also there was no video recording of it. I know they show a little dash of something hitting it, but this is the most secure place in the world. Okay,
what do you say, Andrew? What do you say to the fact that they actually identified pieces of wreckage and bodies? They pulled bodies from the airplane out of the Pentagon and matched the DNA of some of the victims, some of whom had been burned up, who crashed there. What do you think actually happened to the people on board that plane if they weren't killed at the Pentagon?
I believe the plane crashed. I don't necessarily believe that the plane crashed inside the Pentagon.
So how do you hide a plane crash of a plane of that size?
Well, when you have as much as as the U.S. government, there's pretty much anything you can't do.
No, there's lots of stuff. I know someone who was on that plane, and
that hit the Pentagon.
I know someone who was on the plane that hit the Pentagon, and her husband, Ted Olson, was a former Solicitor General of the United States. He is a high-ranking government official. There were phone conversations that were held by people who had been hijacked. And do you believe that all of the families of victims, none of whom have raised the least question about what happened at the Pentagon, none of whom, do you think that they're all in on this conspiracy?
No, there actually is a lot of families. That's the thing, especially from the Twin Towers that are questioning.
No. There are none of the families, none at all from the people who were on board those airplanes. Can we get back to Rob Brotherton? Last word here before we run out of time.
Well, I think one of the things that's happening with these 9/11 conspiracy theories and many others is something that psychologists call the proportionality bias. And this essentially says that when something huge, momentous, significant happens in the world, we want to think that something equally huge, momentous caused it. We don't want to think that just one lone gunman or 19 hijackers who nobody ever heard of could have got up that day and changed the course of history. That's not intuitive to us.
That's an extraordinarily good point. The book is full of them. It is called Suspicious Minds. It's at our website. Dr. Brotherton, I hope you'll come back and rejoin us to talk about the persistence and popularity of conspiracy theories all across this greatest nation on God's green earth.
You have insurance for your home, your life, your car. But what about insurance for your finances? What would happen to your IRA or 401k if markets crashed and the dollar collapsed? In 2008, millions of Americans watched helplessly while 60% or more of their IRAs and 401ks vanished in the blink of an eye, simply because they weren't protected. Is your retirement account protected? Give yourself and your family financial insurance. Call Goldco Precious Metals, the nation's #1 gold IRA provider, and learn how to protect your IRA or 401k using precious metals. Many government insiders and top investors have been warning that another market collapse, possibly greater than 2008, is coming soon. For a limited time, Goldco is offering a free, no-obligation guide to starting a gold and silver IRA. Give yourself and your family the financial insurance you deserve. Go to goldcoradio.com. That's GOLDCO radio.com. Get your free, no-obligation gold IRA guide today at goldcoradio.com.
24/7 WCAB is serving the foothills of the Carolinas. Learn more about us at www.wcab59.com.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Patrick Foss. Donald Trump is denying allegations made by Republican presidential rival Ted Cruz that he is spreading rumors about the Texas senator's personal life. Trump said in a statement that he knows nothing about allegations made in a supermarket tabloid that Cruz had allegedly cheated on his wife, Heidi. Cruz called the rumors garbage. It accused Trump and his henchmen of trafficking in slime and sleaze. Speaking with reporters in Wisconsin, Senator Cruz says his wife isn't the only woman to be targeted by Trump's campaign.
He's directed these attacks at Carly Fiorina. He's directed these attacks at Columba Bush, Jeb Bush's wife. Donald has demonstrated he's willing to attack anyone and everyone. And truth does not matter to him. He will lie and go to sleaze. Well, that sleaze has no place in politics.
At a campaign rally in Portland, Oregon, Democratic presidential candidate Bernie Sanders says Donald Trump is not going to become president.
In virtually every national and statewide poll, virtually all of them, that has been done having Bernie Sanders up against Donald Trump, we win with overwhelming numbers.
A new poll finds only 3 in 10 Americans believe the nation's process for electing a new president is functional.
The Gallup survey finds 66% of those who responded believe that the presidential election system is broken. At the same time, 68%, regardless of party affiliation, said at least one remaining White House hopeful would make a good president. The same poll found Americans were most satisfied with the presidential election process during the 2008 cycle, with 67% of those surveyed saying the process worked.
That's correspondent Linda Kenyon reporting. Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman Joe Dunford says the Pentagon is looking to boost troop levels in Iraq.
The Secretary and I both believe that there will be an increase to the U.S. forces in Iraq in the coming weeks, but that decision has been made.
Dunford says the U.S. has the momentum in the fight against ISIS. More of these stories at townhall.com.
I've been teaching organic chemistry for the last 17 years, so I'm pretty good with complex calculations. But when I started thinking about my retirement, I was pretty stumped. Luckily, I have TIAA as my financial partner. Together, we retrosynthetically analyzed my financial future, which is organic chem speak for we figured it out.
See how we're helping those who do good do well at the new TIAA.org. TIAA, created to serve, built to perform.
Every floor in stock is on sale at Lumber Liquidators' end-of-quarter clearance sale. 100 million square feet of top-quality flooring is priced to move. Get incredible deals on 60 styles of North American and European laminate, including the look of oak, maple, or cherry for under $1. 200 styles of pre-finished hardwood from just 99 cents. Save $2 a square foot on beautiful Bellawood 3/4-inch solid Brazilian cherry, and get pre-finished solid bamboo from $149. Plus wood look tile, vinyl plank, and more from 69 cents, and pay no interest until 2018. The end-of-quarter clearance sale is going on now, so visit lumberliquidators.com to find a store near you today.
The U.S. economy grew at a slightly faster rate in the fourth quarter than previously estimated, boosted by stronger consumer spending.
The Commerce Department says the economy grew at a modest 1.4% annual rate in the October to December period. While the figure was better than the 1% growth rate estimated a month ago, it's still below the 2% growth rate turned in during the July to September quarter. Most of the strength in the revision came from an upward boost to consumer spending, particularly involving recreation. Exports also were not as weak as previously thought.
Correspondent Jeremy House. People in a small Nevada town are getting a glimpse of the future. A drone successfully delivered a package to a residential location in Hawthorne, southeast of Reno. The aircraft's maker, Flirty, says the March 10th flight was the first fully autonomous urban drone delivery in the U.S. Nevada Governor Brian Sandoval congratulated the company on its success. Breaking news and analysis at townhall.com. Two journalists are in trouble for reporting details that they say prove Turkey was trucking ammunition into Syria for use by Islamic militants.
The two are on trial for publishing images that reportedly date back to January 2014, when local authorities searched trucks that were on their way to Syria, leading to a standoff with Turkish intelligence officials.
Correspondent Susan Frazier reports the two Turkish journalists faced espionage allegations in a trial that has intensified concerns about media freedom in Turkey.
Cumhuriyet newspaper's chief editor Can Dündar and the paper's anchor representative Erdem Gül face life in prison if found guilty of charges of espionage and of aiding the moderate Islamic movement, which is led by Fethullah Gülen, a Muslim cleric who is based in the U.S.
More of these stories at townhall.com. I'm Patrick Foss.
Hi, Tom Green with a check on your weather going into Saturday. Clear skies, a low around 46, partly cloudy, a high 68, and a low 48 under partly cloudy skies Saturday night. Easter Sunday, mostly cloudy, 60% chance of isolated showers, and a high around 68. We thank you for tuning to us for the latest in news, sports, and weather. Join Jay Coombs at 6:05 for the Wake Up Call, Morning Call Around Report, great gospel music, classic country all day long here on AM 590 WCAB Rutherford. Have a terrific Easter weekend.
America's #1 show on pop culture and politics. This is the Michael Medved Show.
And another great day in this greatest nation on God's green earth. A great day for great and epic conflicts. On the one hand, Trump versus Cruz. On the other hand, the Republican race versus decency. On the other hand, Batman versus Superman. That's the name of the big new movie that is released today. We will be reviewing it on the Michael Medved Show. It cost almost $400 million. Maybe a record for Warner Brothers to produce and to promote, is it worth all the money and worth all the hype? And more to the point, is it worth your investment of your hard-earned money to actually go and see this thing? It's 2 hours and 34 minutes long. We will give you a frank, full, and fearless review coming up on the Medved Show. But first, they may not be superheroes, but they certainly are going at it. The latest on the Donald Trump, Ted Cruz confrontation. And let me just present this material as it happened, because it's stunning and it's incredibly depressing. And all I can tell you about it is anybody who cares about the future of the Republic and who loves this country has to be saddened by this. This is not good. It is the most diabolically awful, lousy kind of politics. And who is ever responsible for injecting this into the campaign should basically hang it up and come nowhere near the presidency. This is the way that I became aware of the latest. I'm sitting in the office. I went to services, to daily prayers this morning early, because it's the anniversary of my late father's death. And you do that. It's called Yahrzeit, time of year in Jewish tradition. So I got to the office early because I'd gone to services, went directly to the office. I'm sitting in the office, minding my own business, going through the newspaper, checking out the internet, and I've got CNN on in the background in the office. And then there's a confrontation on CNN between a spokesperson for Donald Trump, whose name is Adriana Cohen, and a spokesperson for Ted Cruz, whose name is Amanda Carpenter, who is a former aide to Senator Cruz. And they are asked about moving on in the campaign beyond the back and forth that had erupted yesterday about Cruz having his wife attacked, Heidi, and Trump threatening to spill the beans about Heidi Cruz, because a super PAC with no connection to Senator Cruz had put out a gentleman's quarterly photograph from 15 years ago of Melania Trump. All right, got all that? So on CNN with Kate Baldwin, the interchange between these two ladies advocating for the two candidates sounded like this.
Adriana, are you ready for Trump to move on from this feud?
Oh, absolutely. I think we should move on. Where we should move to is the National Enquirer story that has reported that Ted Cruz has allegedly had affairs with at least 5 mistresses, including, you've been named, Amanda.
I'm sorry, I don't think that's moving on at all, Adriana.
No, well, I'd like to know, if we're going to call Donald Trump's character into question, I would like Ted Cruz to issue a statement whether or not the National Enquirer story is true, that he has had affairs with many women, including you were named, Amanda. Will you denounce this story, or will you confirm it?
All right, let me step in really quick. Amanda, I will give you a second to, let me just be very clear. It will come as no surprise to our viewers. CNN has no reporting on what you're talking about coming from the National Enquirer.
Okay, and by the way, Amanda Carpenter was not named. It's not even true. It is unbelievable. I have never seen anything like this in politics, ever. For this woman, a columnist and a talk show host, to go on representing Trump and to attack Amanda Carpenter, her name did not appear in that article. And Amanda Carpenter is standing there on live television, sort of with moist eyes, and you can imagine how you would feel. And then it sounded like this.
Amanda, go ahead.
I mean, what's out there is tabloid trash. If someone wants to comment on it, they can talk to my lawyer. It is categorically false. You should be ashamed for spreading this kind of smut. Donald Trump supporters should be held to account for it. And I will not be intimidated.
Smut.
I will continue to make my thoughts known about Donald Trump, and I am not backing down.
Hey guys, let me just do this, because I've spent now 2 shows talking about this back and forth. You're right. Let me do this. I'm going to be much more comfortable talking about a National Enquirer report when CNN has done some reporting on that topic. Let's do this. Let's move.
Okay, yeah, and then they try to move on. But so after this has been blown up on CNN and it's on a bunch of the websites, so all of the pro-Trump websites are going heavy on these charges of Ted Cruz's mistresses. Ted Cruz gets up there and speaks, I think, fairly effectively about these charges against him.
That Mr. Stone is a man who has 50 years of dirty tricks behind him. He's a man for whom a term was coined for copulating with a rodent.
Okay, stop. Let's stop right there with the rodent copulation. He's talking about a notorious political consultant named Roger Stone, who is also part of the Trump campaign. He was paid by the Trump campaign, then he resigned from it, but he's still supporting Mr. Trump. The reason Ted Cruz is talking about Roger Stone is because the only name that is cited as a source on these stories is Roger Stone. And he says in the Inquirer story, he says, well, where there's smoke, there's fire. And he says these stories have been around about Ted Cruz for a long time. And they quote Roger Stone saying that, who has a lot of stories with which he's been involved. And that's the man he's associating with rodent copulation. Ted Cruz continues.
Well, let me be clear. Donald Trump may be a rat, but I have no desire to copulate with him.
Good.
And this garbage does not belong in politics. And the venue for this attack is not surprising, the National Enquirer. The CEO of the National Enquirer is an individual named David Pecker. Well, David is good friends with Donald Trump. They have a friendship that goes back for many years. In fact, the National Enquirer has endorsed Donald Trump, has said he must be president.
Is that true?
And so
I don't
Donald,
know.
when he's losing, when he's scared, when Republicans are uniting against him, decides to peddle sleaze and slime. You know, Donald is fond of giving people nicknames. With this pattern, he should not be surprised to see people calling him Sleazy Donald. Because that is his first and last resort, is to go to sleaze and ignore the truth. This has no business in politics. This doesn't belong. Years from now, when my daughters Google this, they will read these lies, these attacks that Donald and his henchmen and his buddies at the National Enquirer spread about. And by the way, here's how a rumor gets spread.
Goodness.
They get their henchmen to put it out on the internet. And then they get the National Enquirer to report, not based on evidence, not based on facts, not based on witnesses, but based on their reporting that it's on the internet after they put it on the internet. And I would note another site, Gawker, which just had a $100 million judgment against them, then reports that National Enquirer is reporting on the internet rumors, all of which started with Donald Trump. There's a phenomenon in psychiatry known as projection. Donald Trump will soon be the textbook entry for that phenomenon. And a question that the people of America are going to have to answer is, how low will Donald go? And is this behavior, these attacks, directed? He's directed these attacks at others. He's directed these attacks at Megyn Kelly. He's directed these attacks at Carly Fiorina. He's directed these attacks at Columba Bush, Jeb Bush's wife. Donald has demonstrated he's willing to attack anyone and everyone, and truth does not matter to him. He will lie and go to sleaze. Well, that sleaze has no place in politics.
I certainly agree with that last statement. Trump has now responded to Cruz. I will give you Mr. Trump's statement, as well as taking your calls. It's a sad day for Republicans. It's sad that this is the level of the campaign at this moment. Anyone think this is a credit to Mr. Trump and his contribution to American politics? You can give us a call.
1-800-955-1776. The Michael Medved Show.
What I'm hearing is not only offensive and shameful, it's dangerous.
The Michael Medved Show.
Okay, here they come. The top 3 reasons you need to go to Blinds.com and order new blinds right now. Now, number 1, you're tired of living in a fishbowl. Some privacy would be nice, right? Number 2, your current blinds are just busted. They're crooked or cracked, or that little string is giving you trouble. And number 3, spring cleaning. Time to spruce up the house without breaking the bank. Blinds.com makes picking out and ordering new blinds fast, affordable, and shockingly easy. Your Blinds.com design consultation is free, too. You want samples? Free! Shipping? Free! You get all this for up to 30% less than you'd pay at big retail stores. And with their 100% satisfaction guarantee, there's no way you can get this wrong. You can get brand new custom blinds in minutes from Blinds.com. And now, through March 31st, use the promo code MEDVED when you buy 3 blinds, and you get the 4th one absolutely free. Go to Blinds.com and use the promo code MEDVED today. This offer ends March 31st, so go to Blinds.com now and use the promo code MEDVED.
Thinking about life insurance? What if you could make one free phone call and learn your best price from nearly a dozen highly rated, price-competitive companies? Well, that's exactly what happens when you call SelectQuote Life. For example, George is 40. He was getting sky-high quotes from other companies because he takes meds to control his blood pressure. But when I shopped around, I found him a 10-year, $500,000 policy for under $28 a month. I'm SelectQuote agent Dan Savino. And believe me, if SelectQuote isn't shopping for your life insurance, you're probably paying too much.
For your free quote, call 1-800-514-9771. That's 1-800-514-9771. 1-800-514-9771. Or go to SelectQuote.com. Since 1985, we shop, you save. Get full details on the example policy at SelectQuote.com/commercials. Your price can vary depending on your health, issuing company, and other factors not available in all states.
You know, I'm not a genius about money. I love my credit cards, and they love me. I was using them as a source of income, and then I got behind in my payments, and creditors were calling. I figured I had a problem, and I didn't know how to deal with it. I heard about Trinity, so I called and talked to a counselor. In half an hour, we worked out a plan. Now I've got one easy monthly payment, a lower interest rate, and I'm getting out of debt.
If you're in an endless cycle of paying on credit card balances that never seem to go away, then get ready for a toll-free number that will put you on a path to financial recovery. Trinity will consolidate your accounts, put a stop to late fees and over-limit charges, reduce your interest, and possibly improve your credit score. You'll save thousands. If your debt has you down, we should talk. Call 1-800-990-6976. That's 1-800-990-6976. Call 1-800-990-6976.
There is one important thing you can do to help ensure having a good day, and that's getting a good night's sleep the night before. One company has set out to make this possible. It's Boll & Branch. They've reinvented sheets and bedding with the sole purpose of making your nighttime rest more comfortable than ever. This is a company I want you to discover. Their bedding is so soft it will be the new standard of comfort you'll measure everything else by. You can only get these products in one place, bollandbranch.com, where you know you're paying for quality sheets and not department store overhead. You're getting amazingly luxurious sheets for a couple $100. Go to Boll, that's B-O-L-L, and branch.com. Plus, they'll let you try them risk-free for 30 days. And it gets even better. Go to bollandbranch.com today for 20% off your entire order. Sheets, towels, blankets, duvet covers, everything, plus free shipping. And all their products come beautifully packaged in their signature boxes. So go to bollandbranch.com today for 20% off your entire order and use promo code MEDVED. bollandbranch.com. Promo code MEDVED.
Portions of the Michael Medved Show are brought to you by The American Miracle.
And The American Miracle is not only the title of my upcoming book, it's the name for the revolutionary road trip that we're taking with listeners from The Medved Show. And it's going to be taking place right up around the 4th of July. We're leaving right before the 4th of July. We'll be in Boston to celebrate July 4th and visiting sites that were crucial in the American Revolution and the colonial period. And it'll give you a whole deeper understanding of the great history of this country and of the role particularly of divine providence in shaping it. Go to our website, to michaelmedved.com, or you can go to medvedroadtrip.com to find out a full itinerary. I hope you'll join us, and I know you'll enjoy it. My family's going, and we're going to be taking you through places that I know very well and that will inspire and amaze you, truly. Right here in the United States, go to medvedroadtrip.com. That's medvedroadtrip.com, and I hope you will sign up and join us. We've never done anything like this before, but I figured that with the election campaign going the way it is, it's a good time to remember better days in American history with better leadership. Look, I actually was physically ill this morning watching this thing unfold. It's so bad for all of us. It's bad for the country. It's bad for the Republican Party. It's okay. You can say maybe it's good for Hillary Clinton because the two Republican frontrunners are engaged in this mud fight. But here's what I couldn't help thinking. Let's assume for a moment that this is, in fact, a garbage story. I don't know, but I assume that it is. And imagine how Ted and Heidi Cruz must feel. Imagine. And here is the statement from Donald Trump. He says, I have nothing to do with the National Enquirer, and unlike Lion Ted Cruz, I do not surround myself with political hacks and henchmen. He spelled it wrong. And then pretend total innocence. He doesn't surround himself with political henchmen. What does he call Roger Stone? Ted Cruz's problem with the National Enquirer is his and his alone, and while they were right about O.J. Simpson, John Edwards, and many others, I certainly hope they are not right about Lion Ted Cruz. I don't think that's a sufficient or appropriate statement. They asked Ted Cruz if he would still hold to his pledge to support Donald Trump if he's the nominee, and Cruz issued a statement saying that he said this, I will say this, I don't make a habit of supporting people who attack my wife and attack my family. And Donald Trump is not going to be the Republican nominee. Let's go to your calls to Sean in Tacoma, Washington. Sean, you're on the Michael Medved Show.
Hey, Michael, how's it going?
It's going okay. I don't think it's going very well for the Republic, but go ahead.
You know, I have to say it's a pretty bad, sad day in America. I've seen more class in high school political races, and I wanted to, first I want to say I'm a huge fan of yours.
Thank you.
I find your approach to most things very pragmatic and very logical, and
Thank you. I try.
I appreciate that. The one thing I did want to say is about 2 weeks ago, my wife and I sat on the couch, and I am not a Donald Trump supporter. I was a Marco Rubio supporter from the beginning. And so you can imagine after Marco dropped out of the race, we were very interested to hear what Ted Cruz and his wife had to say. About 2 weeks ago, his wife was on a Fox News, one of their stations, and my wife and I sat there and listened to what she had to say. And we had the highest hopes, but unfortunately, before any pictures were sent out by super PACs and before anything was said to anyone, Ted Cruz's wife made the comment to the host that if you vote for Donald Trump, you will vote for a first lady for the first time in history that has posed nude in a magazine. And
she said that on TV?
Yes, she did on the Fox network. I believe it was Fox Business.
Okay, and, this is the first time I'm hearing of that. That would have been a terrible thing, because that would.
I apologize, Michael. My wife and I have been reeling over this because, unfortunately, this was started by Ted Cruz's wife, and I've been beside myself. She went on to say that.
Okay, we will look it up. What did you remember her saying, Sean?
She went on to say that if you vote for Donald Trump, it'll be the first time the First Lady will be the third wife. She also said that this will be the first time that the First Lady was foreign-born. I think even the hosts of the Fox network were very surprised at her comments. We expected to hear something more from Ted Cruz.
No. Again, Heidi Cruz has a Harvard MBA. She's a very, very bright lady. For her to have said those things, particularly the point about the first time a first lady is foreign born, my gosh. Okay, we will check this out, but I'm really, really glad you called. Because what this has looked like is sort of unprovoked aggression from the Trump side. But if what you are saying is true, Sean, I will acknowledge that it's clear provocation and totally inappropriate. And if Heidi Cruz did speak that way, she ought to apologize. Just as Trump ought to apologize for any role that his campaign supporters have taken in the Ted Cruz smear. Appreciate your call very much. Let's go to Christian, Sacramento. Christian, you're on the Medved Show.
Hi, Michael. I know you're hurting today, and I didn't want to rub salt in your wounds because it actually really is bad for the country. But I want to be brilliant for a couple seconds here. First off, though, I got to say, one of the women named in the Trump thing was actually Trump's spokesperson, which is very
correct,
bizarre.
Katrina Pearson.
Trump is actually
but by the way, she's not named. Let's be careful.
Right. Well,
they showed her picture. They showed her picture.
Yeah, but that's really weird. But it makes sense because Trump is such a sociopath. Nothing matters to him. But, and by the way, Michael, I've listened to every single Trump caller, every single Trump read. I've read everything that a Trump supporter says. Everyone is a moron. Not one has one cogent, rational thing to say. And I'm so sick of. And your biggest mistake, Michael, and you're guilty of it, and you better fess up to it on the air right now, is that you guys have played footsies with these idiots for so long. Oh, no, the Trump voters just mean well. They mean well. And every Trump voter...
Have I said that?
You have.
No, I have not. I have not. I've said most of the people who are supporting Trump are good people. I think the people who are extremely aggressively pro-Trump, some of them are not good people. Some of them are racist. Some of them are xenophobes. Some of them are paranoid. Some of them are conspiracy theorists. And some of them deserve the kind of contempt that you're about to heap on them, but you wouldn't be the first one to do it on this show because I have as well. And you're right. It's one of those things. I was talking to people last night. I was at a holiday celebration, a Jewish holiday celebration. And there was a great feeling. We cannot, if we're going to be viable at all as a political party, we have to dissociate ourselves from some poison. Meanwhile, I'm talking about the opposite of poison, nourishment. We're talking with Tom Tradup about doing some good as an antidote for all this negativity coming up.
From politics to pop culture and from coast to coast, this is the Michael Medved Show.
With SRN News, I'm Patrick Foss. There are lingering tensions in Europe from Tuesday's terror attacks in Belgium. Security forces in Brussels carried out raids Friday in the same district of the city where bomb-making supplies were found in an apartment earlier in the week. In Washington, the Pentagon confirmed that a top Islamic State operative was killed by U.S. forces in Syria. Donald Trump is denying allegations made by Republican presidential rival Ted Cruz that he's spreading rumors about the Texas senator's personal life. Trump said in a statement that he knows nothing about the allegations made in a supermarket tabloid. For the second time in less than a week, authorities in Georgia have filed charges for social media threats against Donald Trump. Days after President Obama's visit to Cuba, rock legends, the Rolling Stones, have performed in Havana before hundreds of thousands. Mick Jagger greeted the throng in excellent Spanish before the rockers broke into Jumpin' Jack Flash. More details at srnnews.com.
I recently received my doctorate in astronomy, so mapping trans-Neptunian planets is a cakewalk. But tracking the trajectory of my financial future? Not so much. Fortunately, I've got TIAA. They helped me figure out a long-term personalized plan for my finances that I'm, well, over the moon about.
See how we're helping those who do good do well at the new TIAA.org. TIAA, created to serve, built to perform.
Every floor in stock is on sale at Lumber Liquidators' end of quarter clearance sale. 100 million square feet of top quality flooring is priced to move. Get incredible deals on 60 styles of North American and European laminate, including the look of oak, maple, or cherry for under $1. 200 styles of pre-finished hardwood from just 99 cents. Save $2 a square foot on beautiful Bellawood 3/4-inch solid Brazilian cherry and get pre-finished solid bamboo from $149. Plus wood look tile, vinyl plank, and more from 69 cents and pay no interest until 2018. The end of quarter clearance sale's going on now, so visit lumberliquidators.com to find a store near you today.
I'm Lou Dobbs. Fourth quarter GDP revised higher, and Lockheed gets an order for more Super Hercules aircraft. Those stories next.
Tax problems? They only get worse if you don't do anything. Are you an individual or business that owes at least $10,000 in back taxes or have years of unfiled tax returns? Don't risk garnishments or levies on your wages, bank accounts, or accounts receivable. Call Rapid Resolution Tax Group now. They're Better Business Bureau A+ rated and accredited. Tax attorneys, enrolled agents, tax professionals, and they guarantee same-day contact with the IRS. No tax problem is too big. They've helped many people just like you with their tax problems. Pick up the phone and call 800-601-2929 now. If you qualify, Rapid Resolution Tax Group can settle your tax debt for less, remove penalties and fees, stop garnishments and levies. You may even qualify for the IRS Fresh Start Initiative. You do have rights as an American. Don't let your tax problems get worse. Call Rapid Resolution Tax Group for a free consultation at 800-601-2929. That's 800-601-2929. Call now.
A happy Good Friday to you. The U.S. economy grew at a revised 1.4% annual rate in the fourth quarter, most of the growth coming from an upward boost to consumer spending. Exports also not as weak as previously thought. The Yangon Stock Exchange has officially opened for business more than 3 months after its launch. The Yangon Exchange is a joint venture between Myanmar, Japan's Daiwa Institute of Research, and the Japan Exchange Group. Lockheed Martin has won a $1.5 billion contract for work on 28 C-130 military transport aircraft. That contract awarded to Lockheed just last December. Shares of Staples and Office Depot soaring yesterday after a federal judge accused the government of trying to bend a witness's testimony in its case against a merger. Please join us for Lou Dobbs tonight at 7 and 11 Eastern on the Fox Business Network. This is the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
This portion of the Michael Medved Show is brought to you in part by Food for the Poor.
34 minutes after the hour on the Michael Medved Show, to take a break from politics for just a moment. Particularly, it's a pleasure to take a break from the kind of politics we've been plunged into, really against, I think, anyone's will here, except somebody is doing it. But anyway, something you can do is to make a difference in the lives of a bunch of kids who really do need help with Food for the Poor. It's a great program. Senator Booker was moved to donate money for a matching gift when he heard about it. Hope you'll be moved to help us get to our goal with Food for the Poor. $50 takes care of a child 2 square meals a day for an entire year. Can you imagine? $50? It's less than $1 a week. And they can feed kids for 2 squares a day. Tom Tradup has seen it. He's a vice president of Salem Communications, which syndicates this radio show. And he's gone down there as a volunteer to help with the feeding of some of these children down in Guatemala. Tom, how do they do it? What do kids eat? What are we buying for the, what is it? It's about 14 cents a day that it takes to help keep a child alive.
Absolutely. Michael, first off, thanks for the opportunity to be on with you. The Food for the Poor people have been on the ground in the poorest parts of our hemisphere. Of course, Haiti has the highest level of malnutrition anywhere in the Western Hemisphere, and Guatemala is not far behind them. And we were just there a month ago, and if people go to your website, michaelmedved.com, and click on the video that's posted there, they can see the actual kids and what we're serving them. They get 2 protein-packed meals per day, So they get a lunchtime meal and they get a nice dinner meal for an entire year. That's why we say food for a year and water for life. The $50 donation that covers one child for an entire year, about $45 or $46 of that goes into feeding the child, and then the remainder gets combined with the remainder from other donations, and they either are digging wells for fresh water in a certain village or mountain community, or they extend through water projects, clean fresh water from a lake, so that these kids are not having to drink diseased, awful water like we've seen them drinking out of, or they don't have to walk for hours every day in two different directions to pick up jugs of water, which keeps them from going to school and continues the cycle of poverty. So it really is an amazing program, and they do it, to answer your question, because they have so much food that's donated by people all around the world, rice and protein materials and meat and beans. It's been donated, but your listeners help to ship it to the places that it's needed most, and that's what the donations go for. And over 97%, it's the highest percentage I've ever seen among any charity. 97% of the money goes directly into the processing of, the money for the food for children, as opposed to overhead costs.
See,
the
this
lowest
is
overhead of any charity.
This is such a beautiful thing, and when you think about it, folks can call 855-330-4673 right now, or go to the website and you'll see Tom Tradup in action with some of these kids. Why wouldn't you want to do that? Well, because this is one of those things where if you give a charitable gift now of $50 for one child, or say $150, which covers 3 children, or $500, which was the gift that Senator Booker gave yesterday. If you give that kind of gift, really the difference that you're making is profound, and it can turn an entire life around. And the great part about it is it's not like a one-time gift, because you'll be giving that gift. It's operating all year. It goes on tomorrow and the next day and the next week and all the way through till Easter time of next year. Please go to our website, to michaelmedved.com. That's michaelmedved.com. Tom Tradup, thanks for all that you do, and thanks for being together with us on this great campaign for food for the poor. Go to our website, michaelmedved.com, or call right now to the phone number. That's 855-330-4673. And that's 855-330-HOPE. And speaking of hope, here's some hope from Lane, who writes in, just spent 4 days at Disneyland with my 3-year-old granddaughter. Pain-free. Bless you, Relief Factor. And then this came in from James. Back pain, foot pain are gone. No more problems with arthritis on the right side. Okay, that was the side that he was bothered with. Now, why? Because they went to Relief Factor, 100% safe, 100% natural. If you go to our website on Relief Factor, that's relieffactor.com, you can read lots and lots of testimonials like this. And those testimonials will inspire you to get the quick start. Covers you for 14 days, and it's just $19.95. Why wouldn't you do that? Go to relieffactor.com. That's relieffactor.com. Meanwhile, an update on the charges that were made about Heidi Cruz. They may not have been true. I want to get to that and correct the record right away. Also, we are going to review Batman versus Superman. Superheroes duking it out. Coming up.
I believe in the American entrepreneur. The small business owner is truly the backbone of the American economy. Hi, I'm Steve Cooper, co-founder of Ursop.com, the entrepreneur rollover stock ownership plan. My partner Karen Franklin and I started Ursop.com over 15 years ago because we're on a mission to help as many people as possible open and run their own businesses, simply, quickly, and easily, by using their own retirement funds. Then 3, 4, 5 years later, put the money back. and have the corporation carry on by itself. Then you'll have the business and the security of the retirement funds too. We recently worked with a gentleman who accomplished this in only 9 months. ERSOP.com can set it up for you in about 2 weeks. It's pre-approved by the IRS and it's totally legal. We've helped thousands of people achieve the dream of being their own boss. Give us a call and let's talk about how we can help you too. Call 866-MY-ERSOP. That's 866-MYERSOP. Invest in yourself. Call 866-MY-ERSOP. 866-MY-ERSOP.
Hello, I'm Aaron, a student at Hillsdale College. Here is Hillsdale President Larry Arnn on why Americans should study the presidency.
People should study the American presidency because it's one of the 3 branches of government, and it's the part that acts. And so when the government gets ready to do something to us or to our allies or enemies in the world, it's the executive branch that does it. And there's some reason to fear it these days. It's an awesome power. But in addition, there's a series of constraints on it. One of them is there's an amount of time he's got, and then he's got to go back to the people. Another is he has to do things that are lawful, and he doesn't get to make the laws. And so a constitutional executive is a very powerful thing, operating under the constraints and for the purposes of the Constitution of the United States.
This Constitution Minute was brought to you by Hillsdale College. To receive a free pocket Constitution and Declaration, go to constitutionminute.com.
Are you hiring? Do you know where to post your job to find the best candidates? Posting your job in one place isn't enough to find quality candidates. If you want to find the perfect hire, you need to post your job on all the top job sites. And now you can. With ZipRecruiter.com, you can post your job to 100 plus job sites, including social media networks like Facebook and Twitter, all with a single click. Find candidates in any city or industry nationwide. Just post once and watch your qualified candidates roll in to ZipRecruiter's easy-to-use interface. No juggling emails or calls to your office. Quickly screen candidates, rate them, and hire the right person fast. Find out today why ZipRecruiter has been used by over 400,000 businesses. And right now, listeners can try ZipRecruiter for free by going to ZipRecruiter.com/America. That's ZipRecruiter.com/America. One more time. To try it for free, go to ZipRecruiter.com/America.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky, it's a bird.
It's a plane. It's Michael Medved.
Okay, the music is from the 1970s movie, but the introduction there is from the 1950s TV show, which was my absolute favorite show when I was a little kid. I used to rush home from nursery school to watch that TV show on a little black and white TV at my grandmother's house. And yes, we're going to get to Superman versus Batman in just a moment. I have to correct something here. One of the dangers of doing talk radio is you're reliant on callers. And Sean in Tacoma called, and what Sean in Tacoma said was partially accurate. But what was inaccurate was very, 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 very important. And really, really do have to correct this. He had said that he and his wife were stunned when they heard a supporter of Ted Cruz, who he thought was Heidi Cruz, Mrs. Cruz, attacking Melania Trump because she would be the first lady who was foreign born and who had posed nude. And that would have been a horrible thing for Mrs. Cruz to have said. It was not Mrs. Cruz. We found it. This was it was a Fox. It was on Fox Business Network, just as he said. He remembered that correctly. But the woman who said it was a Cruz supporter named Andrea McWilliams. She was on a Cavuto Coast to Coast on Fox Business. And this was sometime back. It was on the 8th of March. Now, I had not heard about this, and the reason it was not big news is because it was not Heidi Cruz. So let's make that clear. I am sure that if the Cruz campaign were ever confronted by this, they would have disowned the comments by that supporter. They certainly should. They're inappropriate. Okay, we will get back to this issue in just a moment. Just a quick fanfare, please, from Hollyweird. This is going to be one of the biggest movies of the year. A big all-star cast. Henry Cavill, who was from Man of Steel, the British actor who plays Superman. Ben Affleck playing Batman. Amy Adams playing Lois Lane. Jesse Eisenberg playing Lex Luthor. Jeremy Irons plays Alfred the Butler, the Michael Caine part from other Batman movies. And what happens, though I'm not allowed to give any of the key plot points away, I can give this away because the studio's giving it away in the trailer, is Lex Luthor, very well played by Jesse Eisenberg, has a big conspiracy to get the two greatest superheroes in the DC Comics universe to fight one another.
And now you will fly to him, and you will battle him to the death. Black and Blue, Fight Night. The greatest gladiator match in the history of the world. God versus man. Day versus night. Son of Krypton versus Bat of Gotham.
Okay, Son of Krypton. The entire thing, of course, is a build-up to this ultimate confrontation. And this is one of those films where the screenwriting is awful. The special effects are mediocre. The acting's excellent. I mean, particularly by Amy Adams, who's the best Lois Lane ever. Amy Adams is so likable and so appealing. And Jesse Eisenberg, who people remember played Mark Zuckerberg, he plays sort of Lex Luthor as a kind of comic book Mark Zuckerberg, evil genius, who is manipulating everyone in the film. And Ben Affleck is kind of an interesting Batman, sort of an older, wearier, even more cynical Batman. All for the good. And the characters make the movie intermittently watchable, but it's 2.5 hours long. It's 2 hours, 34 minutes long. The special effects are hugely repetitive, lots and lots of fireballs and lightning bolts that look cheesy for such an expensive movie. And the fight scenes and the chase scenes and the battle scenes don't make any sense. Holly Hunter plays an interesting character who is a U.S. senator conducting an investigation of Superman in his background. There's religious imagery which is ridiculous and more offensive even than the religious imagery in the Man of Steel movie. I mean, at one point there are, it's going to be Easter, right? But it's Good Friday today, of course. Okay, they have a scenes with 3 crosses together, right? It's so heavy-handed. I'm giving a very generous rating here only because of the decent acting of 2.5 stars. But the film is an ordeal. It's not a treat. It's not a thrill. It's rated PG-13 for lots of comic book violence and some partial nudity. Yes, there is a scene of Lois Lane in the bathtub. 2.5 stars for Batman versus Superman. Let's go quickly to Daniel in Louisville, Kentucky. Daniel, you're on the Michael Medved Show.
Hey, Michael. Thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
I just had a question. First of all, thankful for your reviews. Dr. Lindsay Apple, my Western Civ professor at Georgetown College, had a statement, quote, "When expectations confront reality, conflict will occur." And as we're seeing, as this race tightens up and the pressure mounts, I'm wondering, can you foresee any of the national political figures walking back their endorsement when you see an individual that's running for the greatest office, and as you say, the greatest nation on God's green earth, it far surpasses the rating of decency?
Oh, you're talking about people walking back endorsements for Mr. Trump. I sure hope so. I was thinking exactly the same thing you were, particularly Ben Carson, particularly Chris Christie. Well, Chris Christie, leave aside. But Ben Carson, who is a decent and honorable man, and a man of goodness and character, how can he be associated with this? How can he be associated with this? It doesn't make any sense. It's a great question you asked, Daniel, and I hope that Dr. Carson will do the right thing soon.
More of Michael Medved in a moment.
Are you looking forward to your tax refund? Well, so are identity thieves. All identity thieves need to file a fake tax return is your social security number and your date of birth. The IRS reports that nearly $6 billion in fraudulent refunds were paid out during the 2013 tax year due to identity theft. Now, even if you're not getting a refund, identity thieves can use the information on your tax documents to commit many other crimes, like opening credit card accounts with your information. Are you counting on free credit monitoring for identity theft protection? Well, free credit monitoring won't do anything to help fix an identity theft problem, whether it's tax related or not. But LifeLock can. Memberships start at just $9.99 a month plus applicable tax. Call 1-800-921-3790 or visit lifelock.com right now and use the promo code MEDVED. That's MEDVED with an M to save 10% on your membership. Call 1-800-921-3790, 1-800-921-3790.
With SRN News, I'm Keith Peters in Washington. Today is the most solemn day on the calendar for Christians, Good Friday, where believers commemorate the death of Jesus Christ on the cross. In New York City today, worshiper Michael Wilbekin says this is a particularly dark time.
And when you consider the violence and sometimes the hateful rhetoric that you hear on the news these days, have people forgotten the meaning of love one another and what Jesus has taught us?
In El Paso today, an Army hospital near Fort Bliss in Texas has been put on lockdown after a witness reported seeing a man toting 2 rifles. William Beaumont Army Medical Center spokeswoman Amabilia Payan says the hospital in El Paso has been on lockdown since noon Friday when a caller reported seeing a man carrying 2 rifles and ammunition cans near the first floor courtyard. There's been no reports of gunfire. This is SRN News.
We all know carrying a lot of credit card debt is a hassle. You're constantly managing multiple payments, and if you miss one, your interest rates may go up. Avant can help you take control by consolidating credit card debt with an unsecured personal loan. You'll make just one fixed payment a month. Simply go to avantoffer.com and check your rate. Checking your rate is risk-free with no effect on your FICO score. Complete your application in minutes, and the funds could be in your account as soon as tomorrow. Avant will give you a $50 Amazon.com gift card after you make your first payment on time. For this offer and to check your rate risk-free, go to avantoffer.com and enter the promo code BORROW. That's AVANT offer.com, promo code BORROW. Avantoffer.com, promo code BORROW. Loans made by WebBank. Funds are generally deposited via ACH for delivery next business day if approved by 4:30 p.m. Central Time, Monday through Friday. FICO is a registered trademark of Fair Isaac Corporation. Amazon is not a sponsor of this promotion. Other restrictions apply. See website for details.
"55 minutes after the hour on the Michael Medved Show, hoping that everybody has a wonderful Easter weekend. If you're celebrating the Easter holiday and a meaningful time with your families and friends and a time of rebirth and new life and maybe even new life for politics in our republic. I'm looking forward very much to a Sabbath in which maybe we can talk about something more positive and uplifting. I just want, again, trying to fact check these dueling candidates. It's what Ted Cruz said is true. The National Enquirer did endorse Trump. They had an editorial on the inside cover of an issue earlier this month, and it said Trump must be prez. And it says inside, it said on the cover, and said inside, vote for his vice president. The choices for his vice president were Sarah Palin, Chris Christie, Sheriff Joe Arpaio, Ted Cruz, and Rudy Giuliani. I suspect Ted Cruz is not going to be on that short list, nor would he accept it. Meanwhile, if you want to get the conversation back to substance and policy, prepare yourself. Take the short 12-part course on public policy. It's offered free by Hillsdale College. It's a great opportunity, and really a great opportunity to discuss and deepen your understanding of our Constitution and what it means. Go to medvedforhillsdale.com. That's medvedforhillsdale.com. Whatever the issue is, your understanding can be deepened by it. And look, concerning this campaign and getting back to the issues, I think that today, with what we've heard from the various candidates and the various campaigns, it can be very, very clear that we have really headed as a party, as a nation, in the wrong direction on this kind of politics, which is one of the things that I hope we can learn from going forward. I hope that conservatives can get together, can unify around a candidate who could actually win, and then we can beat Hillary Clinton. But can we understand something? We're not going to beat Hillary Clinton this way. It's not going to be with some kind of attack on Bill Clinton. It's been tried before. Can we present to the American people a better alternative to Hillary's tired big government liberalism? Focus on that, on her desire to raise taxes, to grow government, to weaken our status in the world at large, to weaken our defenses against terrorism. Focus on that. Focus on things that are worth talking about and deciding about, and maybe even try to inspire this greatest nation on God's green earth. This is Michael Medved, and one of the problems that I face in life is there aren't enough hours for sleep. I certainly can't waste any time trying to fall asleep when I need to go to sleep, boom, right away. You know what helps in that cause? This pillow I've been sleeping on for the last 2 weeks. It's called My Pillow. I have never, ever slept on a pillow that is as comfortable as this. You have to try it. It's worth it. It comes with a 10-year warranty. It's guaranteed not to go flat. 60-day money-back guarantee. If you don't like it as much as I do, you can send it right back, get your money back. Patented interlocking fill that adjusts to your individual sleep needs. It's washable, it's dryable. Call right now, 800-320-6280. Give the promo code MEDVED for a special offer. You buy one, you get one free. One for you and your significant other, or maybe just two for you. Buy one, get one free. My Pillow, 1-800-320-6280, 1-800-320-6280.
Thank you for making WCAB your radio station of choice. Check us online at www.wcab59.com.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Patrick Foss. Texas Senator Ted Cruz is using words like garbage to characterize a National Enquirer story that he had extramarital affairs, and he blames Operative Donald Trump for spreading rumors. Speaking with reporters in Wisconsin, Cruz says Trump's behavior is out of bounds.
He should not be surprised to see people calling him Sleazy Donald, because that is his first and last resort, is to go to sleaze and ignore the truth.
Trump denies that he spread the rumors. Republican presidential candidate John Kasich, speaking with reporters in Wisconsin, was asked whether he will support Trump if he becomes the Republican nominee.
We have a ways to go, and we will see what gets said between now and the nomination.
House Republicans departed Washington on Wednesday for a 2-week recess without moving any closer to a consensus on how to resolve their ongoing budget battle.
An agreement on the budget has been elusive in the House for months, with lawmakers grappling over competing proposals. Fiscal hawks are looking for ironclad guarantees to cut the deficit if they're going to vote on the spending levels negotiated by President Obama. The House returns from recess on April 12th, leaving it only a few days to reach the April 15th deadline to hammer out a budget deal. But with so much disagreement, House leaders are increasingly sounding the alarm about winding up with a major spending brawl right before the fall elections. Lindy Kenyon, Washington.
Secretary of State John Kerry, addressing the media along with the Belgian Prime Minister in Brussels, says the U.S. grieves for Americans and others killed and wounded in Brussels.
The United States, I want you to know, is praying and grieving with you for the loved ones of those who have been very cruelly taken from us, including Americans, and for the many who were injured in these despicable attacks.
The Belgian Prime Minister extended his sympathy to the U.S. and other countries whose nationals were victims. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Are you a responsible person who finds yourself going deeper and deeper in credit card debt and you're not sure how to fix the problem? Then get ready for a toll-free number that will put you on a path to financial recovery. Trinity Debt Management is a nonprofit organization that will consolidate your accounts into one easy-to-manage monthly payment. Put a stop to late fees and over-limit charges and reduce your interest rates by as much as 60%. You'll save thousands and become debt-free for keeps. It's not a loan. It's a smart way to relieve your stress, meet your obligations, and preserve your self-respect. If your debt has you down, we should talk. Gather up your bills and call this toll-free number for a free, no-obligation debt analysis. 1-800-936-5348. That's 1-800-936-5348. If you're in debt and you need help, call Trinity at 1-800-936-5348.
American Christian Alex Soto joined thousands of pilgrims who are deeply moved by the Holy Week services, recalling the last days of Jesus Christ.
The message from here, the message from anywhere is that he died for our sins and he has risen and he'll come back.
Soto says it's wonderful to take part in the Way of the Cross services through the narrowed streets of Jerusalem's Old City.
The holiday is the most sacred one in Christianity, and to be here in the actual steps that he took is all that more meaningful to me.
American pilgrim Shelby Martin finds it deeply moving to walk in the footsteps of the Lord.
It's Good Friday, and so to be in this place and to be essentially like reliving what Jesus lived. And then it becomes more than just words on a page, but you get to see it and smell it and feel it.
Thousands commemorated the crucifixion of Jesus Christ. Breaking news and analysis at townhall.com. The versatile and prolific writer who created one of TV's most beloved family shows, The Waltons, has died at the age of 92.
Earl Hamner Jr. drew upon his Depression-era upbringing in the mountains of Virginia to create The Waltons, for which he is best remembered. But his artistic talents went well beyond the program that aired for 9 seasons and won more than a dozen Emmys. He was a best-selling novelist, Spencer's Mountain, and author of 8 episodes of the classic 1960s TV show The Twilight Zone. As a screenwriter, he adapted the popular children's tale Charlotte's Web into a hit film in 2006. Bob Agnew reporting.
The intolerant backlash against North Carolina continues following Wednesday's decision by the state legislature to overturn a Charlotte bathroom bill that would have allowed so-called transgenders to enter the bathroom of their choice. San Francisco's mayor says he doesn't want city workers to travel to North Carolina unless necessary. Major corporations, including Facebook, Apple, American Airlines, and PayPal, have condemned the state's actions. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Hi, Tom Green with a check on your weather going into Saturday. Clear skies, a low around 46, partly cloudy, a high 68, and a low 48 under partly cloudy skies Saturday night. Easter Sunday, mostly cloudy, 60% chance of isolated showers, and a high around 68. We thank you for tuning to us for the latest in news, sports, and weather. Join Jay Coombs at 6:05 for the Wake Up Call, Morning Call Around Report, great gospel music, classic country all day long here on AM 590 WCAB Rutherford. Have a terrific Easter weekend.
Seen the movie. It is called Risen. So let me say that, most of you, when you want to see a film, sometimes you're just looking for entertainment, but sometimes you're looking for a little more than entertainment, maybe a little edification. Maybe you'd even like to be inspired. Well, Risen which comes out on February 19th, is the epic biblical story of the resurrection as told through the eyes of the non-believer Roman military tribune who is tasked by Pontius Pilate with finding the body of Jesus. He's played by Joseph Fiennes. You remember him from Shakespeare in Love, one of our finest actors. So he's charged with locating the missing body in order to disprove the rumors of the risen Messiah. Does he find the body? Yes and no. Let me just tell you, I do not typically like religious films that are just religious films. I expect something great, so like a great film. This is a great film. This is like The Passion. This is a great film. So go to risenmovieresources.com and check it out. But I can vouch for it. I've seen it. It was spectacular. Also want to let you know, by way of advertising, we're promoting Sherry's Berries. If you go to berries.com, you will get a discount if you put in the code EricM. If you need something for Valentine's Day, it's not too late if you go there today. Today. You have to go there today. EricM is the code, and also proflowers.com. EricM is the code. Believe me, I've tried these products. Otherwise, I would not be yapping about them on the air, and they'll arrive in time. So let me say that up front. We now move to something rather different. Ken Fish, new friend, welcome to the Eric Metaxas Show.
Thanks. It's good to be here.
You are here in New York City doing a conference. Last night was the last night, and it was 4 days, and you're coming back in May?
Actually, I'm going tonight, too. Well, last night's tonight.
Right.
Yeah.
But no, today's Friday. You're not doing tonight. You're going home tonight. Oh. So but you are coming back in May.
Correct.
And you're coming back again in September.
Yes.
To New York.
Yes.
I was one of the ones that just when my wife and I saw you do your thing in December, I just said, boy, do we need this in New York. There are a lot of people here who, are maybe serious about their Christian faith, but they don't get this stuff. They think maybe this stuff is something for 19 or 20 centuries ago. But, and I rarely see this kind of ministry, which is really, it's effective. It's presented in a sober-minded way. You're a Princeton graduate. You have an ability to connect with audiences that are already skeptical. So, but it's been so great to have you this week. Last night, I saw some things, and I want to share those things with my audience. First of all, you do teaching. In other words, you kind of explain all this stuff from the Bible so that people understand you didn't just make this up, and you're not some just wacky faith healer who shows up in a white suit or a white gown like Catherine Kuhlman. So you're biblically grounded, and you make it really clear that what you're doing comes out of the Scripture. But then there's a time of ministry, and I'm always champing at the bit to get to that part where you pray for people. And last night you were praying for healing, and I just want to say up front, I couldn't stay very long, but in the first 45 minutes or something like that, I saw some amazing things. One of them was a young Asian woman who was up front who had, you had said you thought some people had problems with their necks. Mm-hmm. So she came right up and she said for 18 years she'd had major problems with her necks, constant pain. Those are the words she used. And somebody was ministering to her. It wasn't you, because you're kind of moving among 12 people, but you prayed for her, and then this other person was ministering to her. And I'm just watching this, and I see at certain moments she's doing this kind of shaking thing, and you can just tell that it's involuntary. Like, this is a very normal, articulate Manhattan young woman, and she's doing this shaking thing, and then it stops, and then she's sort of crying a little bit, and then the next thing you know, the shaking got really violent. I mean, it wasn't like out of The Exorcist, but it was really
pronounced,
amazing with your own eyes to see somebody shaking like this in a way that is just kind of like flailing, I guess would be the correct verb. Flailing, not flailing like those inflated things in front of car dealerships, but an abbreviated version of that, where you thought, wow, what is happening to this woman? And what you said is the Spirit of God is touching her. Something is happening. And so I watched this for a while, And when it was all over, she was absolutely crying and going on and on that she hasn't felt like this in 18 years. She has this, and we've all seen things like this in movies or maybe on TV, and I think we're trained to take it with a grain of salt. We just go, oh yeah, he threw his crutches away. Who knows what's going on? There's all kinds of charlatans. But the reason I'm having you on is because I'm convinced you're not one of those charlatans. You're a totally different kind of charlatan. Ta ha ha. No, but you're the real thing. So I saw that, and I was just blessed because I think we always long to see stuff. It's not just like I heard that somebody was healed, but I saw it in front of my own eyes. I heard her talk and so on and so forth. So, but I understand that after I left, a very dear friend of mine and my wife's was healed of something. So can you talk about that?
Yeah. So I have a short video of it that I took afterward just as kind of to memorialize the testimony. It's about a minute long, but she had a condition called dysphonia, and it meant that from the time she was 18 years old, which is when the condition came on her, until the present, well, until last night anyway, she couldn't really talk. She wasn't exactly mute because she could articulate words, but
no, she can talk. Yeah. It's just that it's extremely
her voice was like this,
and it goes up and down. Sometimes it's worse, but this has been a chronic thing that she's had for many years.
Right.
And there are times, like recently, when it's been really bad.
Yeah.
I mean, she's helping my wife on a project, and so I've seen Elizabeth. I don't think she minds if we use her name, and it's particularly bad. Like she's really struggling, so you can hear her.
Yep.
And some people would just assume she must have a really, really, really bad cold, like I had, a couple of weeks ago. But this is chronic. She's like this most of the time.
And that's the way she was when I met her. I'd spoken with her the night before, and then I spoke with her again last night. And in both cases, she really couldn't get her voice much above a whisper. So anyway, we prayed for her, and it took, I don't know, it wasn't that long. Maybe it was 10 minutes or 15 minutes of prayer. But anyway, at the end of that time, I said, try it out. And she was speaking at about the same volume and force that my voice has right now. And I said to her, it sounds to me like your voice is still a little bit scratchy or gravelly. She said, yeah, it does to me too. So we prayed some more, and that improved. And at that point, I just made the decision that I would let it be. She may well need a bit more prayer to finish that out, but I had a huge line of people waiting, so I decided I would move on to the next person. She was very happy, though, and it was clear from what she said on the video that, that something had happened. And she said, it's been like this for 18 years, and she said, it's different, it's gone.
It's just, there's no way not to be stunned by this stuff. I mean, if you're paying attention, and I'm paying attention, because this is somebody I know.
Right.
And this happened yesterday.
Right.
Now, I'm going to...
And she'll be there tonight.
And I'm going to get to talk with her tonight, and my wife and I will talk with her tonight. We can ask her follow-up questions, and maybe I can report to my audience. But I do have to say that there's a deep skepticism, including in me. In other words, I believe this stuff, but there's a deep skepticism built in because of our scientific, materialistic culture that, I don't know. And so it is just, I'm particularly amazed by this and by how God has used you. So we're going to be right back for the rest of the hour with my friend Ken Fish talking about all of this really great, dramatic stuff.
You've tried ignoring them, but they're not going anywhere, and they need to be dealt with. They're your blinds. You may not know it, but you can quickly and easily replace them yourself, thanks to Blinds.com. With Blinds.com's free professional design consultation, you'll be guided through the selection, measuring, and installation of new custom blinds in minutes. You'll save up to 30% off what you'd pay at retail, get free samples, and free shipping, which means you never have to leave your home to get your new blinds. They come right to your door. Find out for yourself why Blinds.com sells twice as many blinds as their closest competitor. Go to Blinds.com today. Free design consultation, free samples, and free shipping. And now through March 31st, use promo code BLUE when you buy 3 blinds and get the 4th free. Go to Blinds.com, use promo code BLUE before March 31st. Then buy 3 blinds and get the 4th free at Blinds.com. Promo code BLUE.
Is negative content or comments on the web affecting your personal or professional reputation? Unfavorable comments, embarrassing pictures, videos, legal documents, and bad tweets can ruin your personal life, your career, or your business. Reputation.com can protect your good name. It's easy to squash the unfair attacks with our patented system. Call right now for a free expert reputation analysis. Call 800-651-4888. 800-651-4888.
Welcome to Staples. Staples guy, I need to get a grip on my company's spending. Staples has low prices every day. So I won't overspend? Nope. With our price match guarantee, you can always get the lowest price on everything for your office. Everything? Everything. The lowest prices on ink, paper, coffee, ink, folders, notepads, ink, sticky notes, ink, trash pads, ink binders, and ink? Need some ink? A little bit, yeah.
Trust Staples for low prices every day. Staples. Make more happen.
Price match good at checkout for items from retailers operating online in retail stores or products sold and shipped by Amazon. See store or staples.com for details.
You know, I'm not a genius about money. I love my credit cards, and they love me. I was using them as a source of income, and then I got behind in my payments, and creditors were calling. I figured I had a problem, and I didn't know how to deal with it. I heard about Trinity, so I called and talked to a counselor. In half an hour, we worked out a plan. Now I've got one easy monthly payment, a lower interest rate, and I'm getting out of debt.
If you're in an endless cycle of paying on credit card balances that never seem to go away, then get ready for a toll-free number that will put you on a path to financial recovery. Trinity will consolidate your accounts, put a stop to late fees and over-limit charges, reduce your interest, and possibly improve your credit score. You'll save thousands. If your debt has you down, we should talk. Call 1-800-990-6976. That's 1-800-990-6976. Call 1-800-990-6976.
There is one important thing you can do to help ensure having a good day, and that's getting a good night's sleep the night before. One company has set out to make this possible. It's Boll & Branch. They've reinvented sheets and bedding with the sole purpose of making your nighttime rest more comfortable than ever. This is a company I want you to discover. Their bedding is so soft it will be the new standard of comfort you'll measure everything else by. You can only get these products in one place, bollandbranch.com, where you know you're paying for quality sheets and not department store overhead. You're getting amazingly luxurious sheets for a couple $100. Go to Boll, that's B-O-L-L, and branch.com. Plus, they'll let you try them risk-free for 30 days. And it gets even better. Go to bollandbranch.com today for 20% off your entire order. Sheets, towels, blankets, duvet covers, everything, plus free shipping. And all their products come beautifully packaged in their signature boxes. So go to bollandbranch.com today for 20% off your entire order and use the promo code HUGH. bollandbranch.com, promo code HUGH.
Danke schön, darling, danke schön. Thank you for all the joy and pain. Picture show, second balcony was the place we'd meet. Second seat, go Dutch treat, you were sweet. Danke schön, darling, danke schön.
Hey there, folks. It's the Eric Metaxas Show, talking to Ken Fish. His website, by the way, is kingdomfireministries.org. Kingdomfireministries.org. I got a quiz for you, Ken.
Okay.
Who is singing that song, Dankeschön? Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you know the sex of the singer?
It sounded like a woman.
Right. It is not. It is the 17-year-old Wayne Newton.
Seriously?
I know that sounds... I didn't believe it at first years ago when he was a chubby 17-year-old singer, and people, I think there's a famous thing where Johnny Carson kind of, made fun of him or somehow, implied that he's effeminate or more than effeminate, and he threatened Johnny Carson, because he's kind of a big guy,
right.
Whatever. But yeah, that is none other than Wayne Newton. Absolutely.
Wow.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah, that is.
And he's saying Dankeschön, which of course is German for thank you very much. And I think that part of what happened last night, there's an issue when you're dealing with God of gratitude.
Mm-hmm.
And you were talking about this. You talked about forgiveness. And I guess, well, without getting into this theory here, let's just talk a little bit more about what happened last night, because you said there were a number of other healings that took place. I guess about maybe 12 people went up who specifically had issues with, what were the two things you mentioned?
We had neck conditions, specifically in C3 down to C6.
Okay.
And then we had people who had mobility issues in the shoulder.
Okay, yeah. And then you realized, okay, let's stop now because we've got too many people up here to pray for. Now, by the way, this has got to be a problem for you because
Frequently.
There were plenty of other people, and I'm one of them in the audience, that I could use prayer for things, including for physical issues, and I didn't go up. And how do you deal with this? Because you are uniquely anointed to be able to pray for people. I don't know. I know that you can teach that to some extent, but it's kind of like when I talk about writing. People say, "Can I learn to write?" Well, you can learn to write better, but you can't. You'll have an innate talent or an innate gift, right? I can learn how to play basketball, but I will never be, tall enough or athletic enough to be a great basketball player, and that's just the way it is. And I think it's the same thing with the spiritual gifts. You have an extraordinary gift. You've had it since you were, a kid. And so how does that work? I mean, you had a team of people there. Is anybody there operating in this gift anywhere near where you are? How does that work?
How does that work? Jesus, as we mentioned before, Jesus taught his disciples to do this, first the 12, later the 72, and then ultimately said, give it away to everybody. So I believe that there is the opportunity for people who want to learn about these things to participate in them as disciples.
It's kind of funny because I never thought of that Jesus picked the 12 and they all went out and did this. The only problem, which we'll never know, is did Jesus know they had this special gifting to be able to do this, or were they just 12 people that he chose for other reasons? And, we can never know that. But it does seem that one of the problems we're dealing with here, I mean, look, if people all around the world are broken, have healing, have issues of inner healing, have issues of unforgiveness, and just all of these issues. And and I know that Jesus wants to set them free. We know that. But Jesus said, pray that the Lord would send workers because the fields are white unto harvest. There are all of these people waiting to be healed, to be cleansed, you were talking last night about rape victims and all these people walking around emotionally crippled, horrible things. Anybody with a heart would say, I would just do anything to free that person from this prison. And yet there aren't many Ken Fishes around. What do we make of this?
Well, I'll tell you, I think the most powerful thing that allows the kind of healing and miracle force that you've been observing to happen is compassion. And it says repeatedly through the pages of the New Testament, particularly the Gospels, Jesus was moved with compassion and he did whatever it was. He multiplied food and fed hungry people. Right. He healed the sick who were, afflicted.
Yeah.
He drove out demons. He did these things because he was compassionate. And I think one of the greatest barriers to people stepping into this kind of life is, I'll call it the stopped up wells of compassion in the human heart. Because most of us have been trained through life to stop those wells up and stop them up well. That's meant to be a wordplay.
Right.
And the reason is, well, if I'm compassionate, someone might take advantage of me. I mean, you know how New Yorkers are, right?
Oh,
it's
absolutely.
It's not much different in Washington or Boston or Los Angeles.
Right.
So, just that person's going to rip me off. That person's going to take money. But compassion looks at somebody through the eyes of God and says, how would God view them? And certainly God sees their brokenness. Certainly God sees the sin that's in their life. But God still loves them. And as we know, he extended himself in the person of his son, specifically knowing that his son would die, be murdered, and yet he did it. And compassion says, I will pour that out for this person. And if we can learn to step into that place of compassion, that will usually turn on great miraculous power.
Well, I guess I know there are others who are being used by God in this way. In my Miracles book, I write about my friend Paul Teskey. Paul Teskey was healed miraculously at a Benny Hinn event. Now, people have written to me furious that I would include this in my miracles book because they hate Benny Hinn or they think he's a charlatan. And I want to say publicly here that that may well be true. All I'm writing is what happened. My friend was healed at a Benny Hinn conference. But Benny Hinn can't be 100% off because even though he can be off on a number of things, all I know is my friend went there, my friend was healed. And on top of that, and that's why I'm bringing this up, Benny Hinn prophesied to my friend and said, God is going to use you all around the world to heal people. So not only are you healed now miraculously, and he was, because this is a friend of mine. I know this happened. I was there when he fell ill. He's gone all around the world healing people. So there are people, his name's Paul Teskey, I think I mentioned it, and he's in my book, Miracles. And so there are people going around the world with this ministry that you have. It's the same kind of thing, but you don't hear much about it. At least in New York City circles, you don't hear much about this. And I know there's a lot of wackos out there doing all kinds of stuff, and some of it is good, some of it is iffy. Are you aware of others that you would mention? I mean, we mentioned John Wimber, of course. He left to go to heaven a number of years ago. Who's out there? Are there others out there doing things like what you're doing?
Yeah, there are people that are doing this. Some of them were people who learned from John, as I did. Others have come up through other streams. You mentioned Benny Hinn, and I know he's controversial to many, but there's no denying that things go on in his meetings, and they're not all of them, bogus.
Well, I was going to say, this happened to a friend of mine, and so I know what happened.
Right.
So you can say anything you want. It's like, oh, fine, but what do you make of this?
Right. And, to answer your question further and go back to something you asked about, I have people that often travel with me, and frequently they've just started out as folks that have an interest or a desire to see God move, and they'd like God to use them this way.
Yeah.
Some of them are very, very proficient at praying for the sick or inner healing or driving out demons or whatever at this point in time because they've grown with the doing of it. And, if I needed something, I would go to them for prayer myself.
Right. What a wonderful thing it would be to go through life and to pray for somebody and to see them healed. And, even in a small way, anything, you just say, what a extraordinary thing. And so I would zealously desire that. But it's just, I guess I also think of the McNutts. I remember about 25 years ago, Francis McNutt came to Connecticut and did a teaching with his wife, Judith. And he's been involved in this, one of the pioneers in praying for healing. And I know that Judith McNutt is coming to New York. I don't know if it's in a week or two to do some kind of a conference here again. And I'm going to have her on this radio program. So I'm already reminding myself that it's not quite as bad as I think. But it is tough. I know yesterday you were spread very thin.
Yeah, and the harvest is plentiful and the laborers are few. That's what Jesus said. And, we do the best we can to get around to everyone and to pray for everyone. And sometimes that results in late nights. And sometimes people, get frustrated and have to go home. And, we do the best we can. Our intention is to get to everybody. And that is one of the reasons why sometimes I am there late.
Yeah. You need to start the ministry earlier. Cut out the singing. Whoever else wants to give a speech, tell them, I'm sorry, not today. Sit down. We're going to pray for the sick. Yeah, that's the German side of me coming out. You, shut up. We're going to have healing now. Okay, well, when we come back, I want to hear some more specifics about what happened last night, because we didn't get to that. Meanwhile, we're going to listen to a little Partridge Family, and then we're going to come back with Ken Fish. Now, your website is kingdomfireministries.org, kingdomfireministries.org. The website of this radio program is metaxastalk.com. You can listen to my other interviews with Ken Fish. Go to metaxastalk.com. Under podcasts, they will all be there.
Good SRN News, I'm Patrick Voss. An increasingly bitter personal battle for the Republican presidential nomination between Donald Trump and Ted Cruz escalated when Cruz accused Trump and his henchmen of stoking false rumors that he cheated on his wife. In Seattle, more than 15,000 people streamed into Safeco Field for a rally for Democrat Bernie Sanders ahead of the Washington state caucuses. Kansas Republican U.S. Senator Jerry Moran is facing a GOP firestorm for saying President Obama's Supreme Court nominee deserves a hearing. GOP leaders say they will not let that happen until after the 2016 elections. North Carolina is facing intolerant backlash over a new state law. It bans local governments from enacting measures giving special rights to people on the basis of so-called sexual orientation or gender identity. The Mississippi House has passed its own death penalty bill, which seeks to add the firing squad as an alternate method. More details at srnnews.com.
Are you a responsible person who finds yourself going deeper and deeper in credit card debt and you're not sure how to fix the problem? Then get ready for a toll-free number that will put you on a path to financial recovery. Trinity Debt Management is a nonprofit organization that will consolidate your accounts into one easy-to-manage monthly payment, put a stop to late fees and over-limit charges, and reduce your interest rates by as much as 60%. You'll save thousands and become debt-free for keeps. It's not a loan. It's a smart way to relieve your stress, meet your obligations, and preserve your self-respect. If your debt has you down, we should talk. Gather up your bills and call this toll-free number for a free, no-obligation debt analysis. 1-800-936-5348. That's 1-800-936-5348. If you're in debt and you need help, call Trinity at 1-800-936-5348. Are you a responsible person who finds yourself going deeper and deeper in credit card debt and you're not sure how to fix the problem? Then get ready for a toll-free number that will put you on a path to financial recovery. Trinity Debt Management is a nonprofit organization that will consolidate your accounts into one easy-to-manage monthly payment, put a stop to late fees and over-limit charges, and reduce your interest rates by as much as 60%. You'll save thousands and become debt-free for keeps. It's not a loan. It's a smart way to relieve your stress, meet your obligations, and preserve your self-respect. If your debt has you down, we should talk. Gather up your bills and call this toll-free number for a free, no-obligation debt analysis. 1-800-990-6976. That's 1-800-990-6976. If you're in debt and you need help, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976.
Hey folks, that's the great Jerry Rafferty. I'm sitting here in the studio in the Empire State Building with Ken Fish talking about supernatural healing, the Jesus edition. So Ken, last night you prayed for a bunch of people, but you said there were other healings that I didn't witness, or maybe I went home a little earlier. But what else happened last night?
Well, one of my teammates prayed for two people, one of whom, I'm not sure what the diagnosis was, but symptomatically, he had internal tremors. So to me, that sounds like possibly some kind of Parkinson's. But to be clear, I don't know that it was Parkinson's.
Yeah.
But the tremors were distinct, and they were internal, and this man had them for years. And when he left, he was completely free of the tremors, and he was weeping as he went out the door, just saying, thank you, thank you, thank you. You can't believe what has happened. Thank you. I just don't even know what to say.
It's mind-blowing stuff. I mean, when you're talking about, our friend Elizabeth, I think, there's a part of me, I'm being honest, that you can't even believe it. You think, I know I believe in healing, but when you're telling me that my friend who can barely talk was healed last night, I think, really? Like this? I kind of got to see this. I kind of have to, I want to talk to her. And, because it's so earth-shattering.
Yeah.
But you said that there were other folks.
Yeah, and there was another man that was healed of dual carpal tunnel. And, sometimes when we pray for people, we'll say, let's arbitrarily define whatever your level of pain is right now when we start praying at 10. And then tell me after we pray, where are you? Most of the time it's down. Sometimes it might even go up, but that's not the answer we're looking for. But we're trying to measure it in some way. And so this man, he said that the dual carpal tunnel, following what I just said, he should have said, I'm starting at 10, but he actually said, I'm starting at 12, meaning it's so painful I can't.
And where did he have this, in his wrists?
Yeah, both wrists, both sides.
Okay.
And I don't know what the origin was because I didn't pray for him. One of the team members did. But again, when they were done praying, the man himself said, I have no pain in my wrists. I'm completely fine. So, that and we commonly see carpal tunnel healed. It's not rare. So To me, it's believable, even if I don't have all the details to give your hearers right now.
See, what I guess what gets me about this kind of thing is I think if I'm somebody listening to this radio program who hasn't seen this, or maybe I don't really have any faith, you think this is too good to be true. You're talking about people who have problems. They show up someplace, you say some magic prayers, and shazam, they're healed. And what has happened in minutes is something that doctors for years and years and years cannot improve. If that's true, people would sprint to get some of this. This is the magic formula. Now, look, that is what I believe about Jesus. I mean, I think that if people really understand who he is and what he wants for us, they'll run. They're not going to walk. But we live in a culture that doesn't get that doesn't hear that. They kind of think of religion as kind of a boring, tiring, like, it's just people, they don't associate it with what we're talking about.
That's correct.
And when you think of Jesus walking around in his time, it wasn't boring. It was exciting. It was amazing. Right. It was thrilling, because the idea that you could be healed of something that had plagued you for years, what human being doesn't want that unless they're not thinking straight?
Well, it's reported in the New Testament that great crowds followed Jesus, and they came from everywhere. They came from the district, the Roman district was called Syria, and it approximately overlaps the nation of Syria today. So they came from as far away as Syria. They came away from northern Lebanon and so forth, and they came seeking whatever it was that he was able to do. He taught, yes, but he also healed and drove out demons, and people found relief from their conditions. And this is a symbol of God's love. This is why Jesus did it. He came to demonstrate, not just talk about, the fact that God was coming to the rescue of people who were afflicted in a fallen world.
Right. Well, you talk also about how sometimes these physical things are related to internal things, are related to unforgiveness or whatever. Now, we want to be clear that you're not saying that that's always the case, because somebody will always say, are you telling me that, every certain person who's sick, it's because of this or because of something? And no, you're not saying that.
That's right.
But there are times when it is. You told a story yesterday. Oh, my goodness. You said you were ministering in southern Mexico, and a quadriplegic, paralyzed in his four limbs, comes up in a wheelchair. Some people bring him up. And you said that, let's see if I can remember the story. You said that you saw the word usury, U-S-U-R-Y, in white letters above his head, like very briefly, like a flash, usury. And so suddenly you think, okay, the people who've been praying for him came to get me to pray for him because they had no success. God shows me this word usury. Maybe I'll start asking him some questions. And you said you asked him some questions. And he reveals that he had tried to have somebody killed who owed him money. He was charging him 10% per month.
That's right.
He had kidnapped two of this man's girls,
yes,
children. He had threatened to burn his house down. And you brought this up to him and said, you need to forgive this debt.
That's correct.
And long story short, he agrees to do it and is totally healed and gets out of the wheelchair and starts. I mean, this is, either you are the best storyteller I've ever heard and a liar, or we've got something interesting here, and I suspect it's the latter. So, folks, keep listening. It's the Eric Metaxas Show, MetaxasTalk.com.
The top 3 reasons you need to go to Blinds.com and order new blinds right now. 1, you're tired of living in a fishbowl. Some privacy would be nice. 2, your current blinds are busted. They're crooked or cracked, or that little string is giving you trouble. 3, spring cleaning. Time to spruce up the house without breaking the bank. Blinds.com makes picking out and ordering new blinds fast, affordable, and shockingly easy. Your Blinds.com design consultation is free. You want samples? Free. Shipping? Free. You get all this up to 30% less than you'd pay at a big retail store. And with their 100% satisfaction guarantee, there's no way you can get this wrong. You can get brand new custom blinds in minutes with Blinds.com. And now through March 31st, use promo code BLUE when you buy 3 blinds and get the 4th free. Go to Blinds.com and use promo code BLUE today. This offer ends March 31st, so go to Blinds.com now and use promo code BLUE when you buy 3 blinds. And Blinds.com will send you the 4th for free.
Can you afford to lose 60% or more of your IRA or 401k? Are you prepared to work every day for the rest of your life just to make ends meet? If not, it's time you protected your IRA or 401k from the next market crash and a looming dollar collapse. In 2008, millions of Americans watched helplessly while 60% or more of their IRAs and 401ks vanished in the blink of an eye. And now, many government insiders and top investors have been warning that another market collapse, possibly greater than 2008, is coming soon. Now's the time to protect your hard-earned savings and safeguard your financial future. Call Goldco Precious Metals, the nation's #1 gold IRA provider, and learn how to protect your IRA or 401k using precious metals like gold and silver. For a limited time, Goldco is offering a free, no-obligation guide to starting a gold and silver IRA. Go to goldcoradio.com. That's GOLDCO radio.com. goldcoradio.com.
You know, I'm not a genius about money. I love my credit cards, and they love me. I was using them as a source of income, and then I got behind in my payments, and creditors were calling. I figured I had a problem, and I didn't know how to deal with it. I heard about Trinity, so I called and talked to a counselor. In half an hour, we worked out a plan. Now I've got one easy monthly payment, a lower interest rate, and I'm getting out of debt.
If you're in an endless cycle of paying on credit card balances that never seem to go away, then get ready for a toll-free number that will put you on a path to financial recovery. Trinity will consolidate your accounts, put a stop to late fees and over-limit charges, reduce your interest, and possibly improve your credit score. You'll save thousands. If your debt has you down, we should talk. Call 1-800-990-6976. That's 1-800-990-6976. Call 1-800-990-6976.
I remember the day when one of my best friends called and told me that his father had died. We cried together. This devastated his family. But even more devastating, they invested his death benefit in the stock market. And in the crash of 2008, they lost over $1 million. All of their hopes and dreams were shattered yet again. My name is Brent Tixon. After that market crash devastated my friend's family, I determined that would not happen to anyone else that I knew. After years of research, I did find a better way. So today, I'm giving you a free copy of my best-selling book, Secure Your Retirement Dreams with Safe Money. I reveal where the wealthy grow their money safely, get good rates of return, and get tax-free cash loans for retirement. All of this where you don't lose money in the market. If you're concerned about losing your hard-earned wealth in the next stock market crash, then call 1-800-391-0404 right now to get your free copy of Safe Money. The next 47 callers get free shipping and handling. No credit card required. Call 1-800-391-0404.
Folks, it's the Eric Metaxas Show. I'm sitting here with my friend Ken Fish, spelled as it sounds, F-I-S-H, and we're talking about healing and all of this stuff that some people think is a little bit out there, but hey, quantum physics is way more out there than this stuff. Now, Ken, I just told a story that I heard you tell with your own lips last night of a man who is a quadriplegic who has deep sins. I mean, this man has done some nasty things. You confront him with it, and you tell him God wants to heal you, but you need to forgive the debt of this person that you've been threatening and all, is that you need to let it go. Are you willing to do that? And it's a long story, but the bottom line is he eventually agrees, and he is miraculously healed. Right. What did he say?
He started crying, and he didn't say much. But he was walking back and forth in front of the room. This was in a small town. Village would be too small, but a small town in southern Mexico. So everybody in the room knew him because it was a small enough area that people knew one another. So this had a significant impact on every observer that was present.
Did you know how long he'd been paralyzed like this?
3 years.
3 years?
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
And coincidentally, that 3-year period approximately coincided with when all of the mischievous behavior that you just described was going on.
Well, there's no surprise there.
Yeah.
Now, you said you wanted to segue from that into the larger subject of the integration of the mind, the body, the soul, the spirit. What do you have to say about that?
Well, so I think, one of the things that we can point to in this is modern science, modern medicine is talking about how up to 80% of the physical medical conditions that they are treating, in hospitals in cities like New York, somehow have what they call a psychosomatic root. Now, that does not mean that it's a made-up disease, not at all. It simply means that there is some linkage between what's going on in, we might say the mind, I would say more broadly in the soul, which might include the emotions or perhaps even in the realm of the will. But that area is affecting the physical being as well. And in order to see healing happen, we have to think about all dimensions of the human organism, because we are not just bodies, nor are we just minds, nor are we just emotions, nor are we just spiritual beings. But all of that comes together. That's the Hebraic view of man: body, soul, spirit. Those three converge into one human system or organism. Whereas we sometimes tend to break that up and think, well, that's the realm of mental illness, but what would that have anything to do with the body? Or here's a bodily illness. What's that got to do with what's going on inside? And what we find is sometimes to get people well, we have to bring about the power of God into other dimensions of their life, and then the integrated human receives a touch.
Right. That's kind of another part of the modern world in which we live, is that we have really reduced the human being to you're just this physical body. And for most of history, we've known that's not true. The idea that you're just a physical body, I think most people would just say, nah, that's just not right. I'm a person. I'm something. There's something, even if they don't know what the Bible teaches or anything, they know that there's something transcendent. We're not just intelligent bugs or something like that. And I think that idea has been lost, right? And so if you look back, in older literature, they talk about somebody dying from a broken heart.
That's correct.
All of that kind of stuff. It was always known that there was a link between, if somebody is evil, that can affect them. And if somebody is full of light and joy and forgiveness, it can affect that these things can be related, are related.
That's exactly correct. And so, what we have often done in our society today is we tell people just buck up, right? Just soldier on, pretend like it's no big deal. And so you find people who, it's not a very technical term, but they cover over and they hide these things that are in their life.
Right.
And they, you see these people every day when you go to work. You see these people every day when you're in the supermarket. They're outwardly, they appear like they have their act together, but you scratch a little bit below the surface, or you have to interact with them in a conference room or whatever, and they fly off the handle, or they break down crying, or whatever. What's going on there? Well, what's inside of them is affecting them, and now it's coming out. And now you find out that they also have these physical conditions, and so you find out that there is a sickness of the soul that actually encompasses the whole of the human organism.
You said something yesterday evening. You said that something outrageous, like 90% of all women in mental hospitals are the victims of rape.
Or sexual abuse of some kind.
Or sexual abuse of
That's
some
right.
kind. When I heard that, I almost weep to hear that. Because you think, again, if we're just animals, if we're just nothing, who cares if somebody has done something to you, some physical thing to you? Who cares? What does it matter?
Right.
Well, evidently it matters profoundly. It matters more than we can ever bear to conceive of, because a person's life can be ruined by that kind of a violation, and medical science doesn't have much to say.
That's correct.
They don't know what to do.
And it's equally bad for men as for women. The incidence is somewhat lower for men, but surprisingly not that much lower. There's a lot of rape that goes on with men too. And you might remember I shared a story of a friend of mine who was a Stanford University graduate who had been the victim of that.
You bet.
And he was unable to cope with life, and he spent years in counseling, and he never really got over it.
Well, I mean, this is the thing, is that we are not built to get over these things. God has to intervene, and the church, people who know how to intervene with the power of God, have to get involved. And most people are walking around with this pain. They don't know where to go. They've never heard of Ken Fish. They've never heard of any of these people.
Jesus.
They don't know. Many of them have never heard of Jesus, or just don't know that he's interested. And I think that it's important for us to say that God wants to help people. And I can understand even how people can be angry at God because they say, where was he when this happened to me? Has he let this happen to me, that even my life has been ruined as a result of it? I have relatives who've been through this. Very painful stuff. We're going to be right back to continue this important conversation with Ken Fish. His website is kingdomfireministries.org, kingdomfireministries.org. And this is the Eric Metaxas Show.
Across the ocean, way above the clouds, I come stealing. Feeling tired, but I feel good, 'cause I did everything.
Are you a responsible person who finds yourself growing deeper and deeper in credit card debt, and you're not sure how to fix the problem? Then get ready for a toll-free number that will put you on a path to financial recovery. Trinity Debt Management is a nonprofit organization that will consolidate your accounts into one easy-to-manage monthly payment, put a stop to late fees and over-limit charges, and reduce your interest rates by as much as 60%. You'll save thousands and become debt-free for keeps. It's not a loan. It's a smart way to relieve your stress, meet your obligations, and preserve your self-respect. If your debt has you down, we should talk. Gather up your bills and call this toll-free number for a free, no-obligation debt analysis. 1-800-990-6976. That's 1-800-990-6976. If you're in debt and you need help, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976.
With SRN News, I'm Keith Peters in Washington. Defense Secretary Ash Carter says U.S. forces have killed a senior Islamic State leader known as Haji Iman, marking a further erosion of top leadership in the militant group in Syria and Iraq. Carter says the U.S. is systematically eliminating top Islamic State leaders.
The U.S. military killed several key ISIL terrorists this week, including, we believe, Haji Iman, who was an ISIL leader, senior leader, serving as a finance minister, and who also is responsible for some external affairs and plots.
Carter said the Islamic State leader was well known within its ranks and that his death will hinder the network's operations in Iraq and Syria. The International Police Agency Interpol is providing Belgium with analytical and operational support to identify eventual links between the recent attacks. This is SRN News.
Are you a responsible person who finds yourself growing deeper and deeper in credit card debt, and you're not sure how to fix the problem? Then get ready for a toll-free number that will put you on a path to financial recovery. Trinity Debt Management is a nonprofit organization that will consolidate your accounts into one easy-to-manage monthly payment, put a stop to late fees and over-limit charges, and reduce your interest rates by as much as 60%. You'll save thousands and become debt-free for keeps. It's not a loan. It's a smart way to relieve your stress, meet your obligations, and preserve your self-respect. If your debt has you down, we should talk. Gather up your bills and call this toll-free number for a free, no-obligation debt analysis. 1-800-990-6976. That's 1-800-990-6976. If you're in debt and you need help, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976.
All at the end of me.
folks. You're listening to the Eric Metaxas Show, and I am sharing with you my friend Ken Fish and his ministry of healing, deliverance, all kinds of tremendous stuff. When we met not so long ago, I just thought my audience needs to know what is out there, needs to know what you're doing, Ken. We've just got a couple of minutes left, and you wanted to share something in this hour. We'll have more hours with you to look forward to, but to finish up this hour, you said you wanted to share something.
Yeah, so, we were talking about the brokenness and the sorrow and the difficulty people go through and how sometimes people end up angry with God. 700 years before Jesus was born, so we're talking now 2,700 years ago, 27 centuries. I mean, that's a long time gone. There was an ancient Hebrew prophet by the name of Isaiah, and he was speaking about the ministry of the one who was to come, who would be called Messiah. And this is what he said of that Messiah: surely he has borne our griefs and carried our sorrows. Now, that means he carried griefs and sorrows. Now, that Messiah would die on a cross, and we call him Jesus the Christ in the Western world. But in the Hebrew context, he would be Yeshua HaMashiach, Yeshua the Messiah. But surely he bore our griefs and carried our sorrows, and he was pierced for our transgressions. So it's talking about something having to do with the way he would die. He would be pierced, i.e. crucifixion, nails in the hands, feet, and the spear in the side. But you can see here that there's a linkage between griefs and sorrows and transgressions, and he took all of that away. Now, sometimes people say, well, when you believe, all you're really doing is putting you take on a mental framework. It's a cognitive acknowledgement.
Right.
I would call it mental acquiescence.
Right.
To some propositional truth that there was some man who died on a Roman cross, but who the heck knows? It was 2,000 years ago. Big deal, right?
Right.
But what Isaiah seems to be suggesting is that if we understand who this Jesus is, there's a power in that can have impact even in the present period. And this is more than just mind games. There is a spiritual release. I could use the word energy, although that might throw some people off and think I'm talking New Age. But it is the very life force of the living God expressed through the Spirit of the living God that comes down upon people. Isaiah goes on and says, he was not only pierced for our transgressions, he was crushed for our iniquities. So there's the forgiveness of sin. With it can be had relief from grief and sorrow, and by his wounds we are healed. So there's a healing component in this. And 700 years after Isaiah wrote, 2,000 years ago, Matthew picks up this very passage, and in teaching on it in his gospel, he says Jesus fulfilled the teaching of Isaiah in this way. Right. And so part of what we're doing when we pray for the sick, whether they're sick of body, whether they're sick of mind, whether they're sick of emotion, in any way that they are afflicted or stricken, we are bringing to bear the effect of Jesus' crucifixion and death for their benefit today, now.
Right. It's not just a theological idea. It's not some mental assent to some theology. It's like, okay, you believe that? Well, you're in. It's a whole transaction that the power of God comes to touch us and to heal us. This is, I think, what everybody's looking for, whether they know it or not. Well, it's been a joy to be with you, Ken. I look forward to more time with you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Eric Metaxas Show. Our website is metaxastalk.com. You can listen to all of these conversations. Lots of great, interesting stuff, especially with Ken Fish. Go to metaxastalk.com, click on podcasts. It'll all be there. Thank you so much.
Where our listeners patronize our advertisers. Call our sales department today at 287-3356.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Patrick Foss. Little Birdie stole the show at Bernie Sanders' rally in Portland, Oregon. The Democratic candidate smiled, and the audience of more than 10,000 went wild when a tiny bird joined Sanders at the podium on Friday.
Now, you see, this little bird doesn't know it, but that bird is really a dove asking us for world peace. No more wars.
The video of Sanders and his feathered friend went viral on social media. At the Fish Fry in Green Bay, Wisconsin, supporters cheered GOP presidential candidate Ted Cruz and his wife, Heidi.
Ted, he's our man. If he can't do it, nobody can.
Thank you very much. It's good to see you.
Good.
How you doing?
Doing good.
Good to see you.
Little girl.
Hi, how are you? Nice to see you. Hello, how are you? Nice to see you.
Kansas Senator Jerry Moran breaks with the Republican leadership and says President Obama's nominee for the Supreme Court should get a hearing.
Senator Moran tells the Dodge City Daily Globe, quoting here, "I think we have the responsibility to have a hearing, to have the conversation, and to make a determination on the merit." He adds in his words, "I would rather have constituents complaining to me that I voted wrong on nominating somebody than saying I'm not doing my job." Senator Moran's comments are the latest sign of division among Senate Republicans over the nomination of Merrick Garland. The Senate Republican leadership has vowed there will be no hearings, no votes, and no meetings with the nominee.
Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman John Dunford says the U.S. has the momentum in the fight against ISIS.
I think it's indisputable, whether it be the amount of ground that that ISIL holds, the resources. We've made a dent in the resources. We've started to affect their command and control in a negative way. I think we've begun to undermine the narrative.
Dunford says while it's indisputable the momentum is on the coalition's side, ISIS remains dangerous. More on these stories at townhall.com.
You know, I'm not a genius about money. I love my credit cards, and they love me. I was using them as a source of income, and then I got behind in my payments, and creditors were calling. I figured I had a problem, and I didn't know how to deal with it. I heard about Trinity, so I called and talked to a counselor. In half an hour, we worked out a plan. Now I've got one easy monthly payment, a lower interest rate, and I'm getting out of debt.
If you're in an endless cycle of paying on credit card balances that never seem to go away, then get ready for a toll-free number that will put you on a path to financial recovery. Trinity will consolidate your accounts, put a stop to late fees and over-limit charges, reduce your interest, and possibly improve your credit score. You'll save thousands. If your debt has you down, we should talk. Call 1-800-936-5348. That's 1-800-936-5348. Call 1-800-936-5348.
Trading has begun for the first time at the Yangon Stock Exchange in Myanmar.
The first share traded for 31,000 kyat. That's about $25. Just one stock, but for that you get a tiny stake in a sprawling conglomerate that includes an airline, property, a bank, even hot air balloons. Whether Yangon Stock Exchange becomes a sleepy vanity project or a vibrant source of capital remains to be seen. Very few Burmese companies meet the standards of transparency and expertise required to list.
That's the BBC's Jonah Fisher. Plans by the City of New Orleans to remove 4 prominent Confederate monuments have been placed on hold by a federal appeals court. The 3-judge panel granted an injunction blocking the city from removing the monuments until an appeal is heard. Opponents of removing the monuments had so far failed to convince state or federal district court judges to stop the removal. Breaking news and analysis at townhall.com. Hackers have stolen contact information of Verizon business customers in the latest breach of a big company or organization.
The New York telecommunications giant says its Verizon Enterprise Solutions unit, which provides IT services to big companies, recently found and fixed a security vulnerability in a client portal. Verizon says it's notifying customers. The company says no data about consumer customers was involved in the breach. A report from security journalist Brian Krebs says a post in a closely guarded underground cybercrime forum earlier this week advertised that a database with contact information of 1.5 million Verizon business customers was for sale. Jeremy House reporting.
Fantasy sports sites now have rules to play by in Massachusetts. State Attorney General Maura Healey says the rules include a minimum age of 21 for participating. They also bar games based on college or amateur sports, and individual players could not spend more than $1,000 each month. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Hi, Tom Green with a check on your weather going into Saturday. Clear skies, a low around 46, partly cloudy, a high 68, and a low 48 under partly cloudy skies Saturday night. Easter Sunday, mostly cloudy, 60% chance of isolated showers, and a high around 68. We thank you for tuning to us for the latest in news, sports, and weather. Join Jay Coombs at 6:05 for the Wake Up Call, Morning Call Around Report, great gospel music, classic country all day long here on AM 590 WCAB Rutherford. Have a terrific Easter weekend.
She was on Saturday Night Live for 6 seasons. You remember her as the ditzy blonde. She played the role of the ditzy blonde, and it was not much of a stretch because she is a ditzy blonde in real life, but she's also brilliant, which is what makes it so much fun. So, what do I say? Victoria, welcome to the program.
What a sweet introduction. I was cooing. I love that when you say cooing.
Yeah, you were cooing. You were cooing.
Oh,
so,
practicing saying use. We have a show for use.
we wanted to make sure that you were on a landline this time because last time it was not so easy to hear you. Are you speaking through sandpaper, or is that just the...
Well, I have it on speakerphone. You want me to turn it off speakerphone?
Yes, I want you to turn it off. Oh, my gosh. Vicky, you've been in show business your whole life. We don't want you on the speakerphone. We want you on the actual...
Let me tell Samuel, I don't know how to work this phone because I'm a brilliant ditzy person.
Don't worry about it. We've got plenty of time. There are thousands of people driving down the road who are absolutely, you know, they've got nothing better to do than listen to us work out the mechanics of this.
I was a song for you, and I didn't know how I could sing and play, but wasn't on speakerphone.
I think then we can put it on speakerphone. But we really want to hear you've got such a wonderful voice that we want to make sure we hear. Are you still on the speakerphone?
Okay. I'm here. I'm not on speakerphone.
Okay, because this is live radio, so as you realize, the people at home are understanding that we're flying by the seat of our pants. But it's okay. I'm in the Empire State Building. Chris Himes is in the Empire State Building.
Hello.
And you know,
I'm in Tennessee.
You're in Tennessee, which is very different from the Empire State Building, isn't it?
Yeah, I've been there, though. I did a handstand on the top of it for my handstand collection.
You did?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Well, we have to go back. We have to review. We had you on the show a couple of weeks ago, and I want to reprise a tiny bit of that so people remember. You told us the story of how you got onto The Tonight Show. You got your big break on The Tonight Show. Johnny Carson loved you. And what I learned then was that he would have you on the couch just having conversations as opposed to you coming out and doing stand-up. What would he talk to you about?
Yeah, because I quickly ran out of stand-up after my first 10 minutes, my second B material 10 minutes, and then my big Balance Beam Angry Woman song. I didn't have any more material. He would ask me about, the life of a struggling young actress in Hollywood, and I had so many good stories because I got held up by a gun in a parking lot, and I wrote a song about it called I'm Paranoid Now.
Wait a minute, Victoria. You got held up at gunpoint in a parking lot?
Yeah, I was in my French maid costume, and I had a bag full of single-dollar bills because I was a cigarette girl at the Variety Arts Center, and I'd take pictures of people who were patrons and get $1.
Okay, now wait. You were dressed in a French-maid costume in a parking lot in Los Angeles?
Fishnets and high heels.
Yeah, that's not a good thing.
Downtown L.A.
If I was your father, I'd cut off your allowance. So you
That's
were...
the problem. I didn't have an allowance, so I had to do that.
Oh, I'm starting to get it. Okay, so you were working at this club, and you wanted to do comedy at the club, right? But then the guy said, no, I want you to be a cigarette girl.
No, the boss, Milt Larson, he believed in me, so he knew I needed a job and a job where I could perform. So in the middle of my shift, I would go on stage and do my 10 minutes at doing a handstand poetry and the ukulele. And then the Tonight Show talent scout saw me there and put me on the Tonight Show. So it was really a great, magical place. But I did get held up with a gun. And the guy was pointing it at my head. And I remember my dad saying, fight back. If you ever get held up, scream as loud as you can and fight back. So I did. I wouldn't give him my single-dollar bills. There's probably like $30. I wouldn't give it to him, and I punched him, and he was like 6 feet something, and I screamed really loud, and he ran away. And then the guy from the club, the elevator operator, in a little costume, because it was a 30s club, he came running out, and I And he said he thought he heard a siren. That's how loud my scream was.
Wow.
Want to hear the song I wrote about it?
What? Not yet, because I'm still processing this. So there's some big guy, okay? Now on this program, we're allowed to reveal the race. Was he white?
Oh, are we allowed to reveal the race?
Was
is that
he
politically incorrect?
Hispanic, or was he African American?
He was. There's no such thing as African American. You're either African or American.
Interesting. So what was he?
Black man, and he was. I guess he was an American. I didn't ask.
Okay, but he was big.
Yeah, he was 6 feet something, and he was black, and he had a gun pointed at my head. But you see, when I sang my song on Johnny Carson, I didn't want to sound like a racist, quote unquote. So I said a big mean man with a short black gun in my song instead of saying a big black
man with a
short.
Well, the reason I say this is because I'm thinking. So you punched him.
I was fighting. I was fighting him off.
You don't have to really explain. Punching implies fighting. You punched him.
Well, I couldn't really get a good punch because he had his arm wrapped around me. So I was like struggling.
Okay, so but you did land a blow?
Probably not a very good one.
Okay, but you tried and you screamed and he ran away.
The scream scared him because he thought people would come out of the
Okay,
club.
now here's the reason I'm bringing this up is you realize, do you think this guy, wherever he is, if he's still alive, do you think he ever told this story to his friends?
No.
Can you imagine how embarrassed he must be? That what could be an easier mark than a little blonde girl in a French maid's costume, and you were able to, fight him off? That's got to be so embarrassing for a giant man.
Well, I shouldn't have been alone in the parking lot, but I worked there, and I felt safe there, even though I should not have felt safe. It was downtown,
Right.
I shouldn't have been. I mean, I was in a rush to get home. I didn't put a raincoat on or anything.
Right. Next time, I think you should put a raincoat on. But you really wrote a song about this, and you sang it on Johnny Carson?
Well, see, here's the thing. I was always trying to come up with material in case Johnny asked me back. So that night, I was so terrified. I couldn't sleep, and I was in a horrible neighborhood in my apartment alone, and I got paranoid, because I was so, adrenaline and everything. So I thought I saw the guy in my window. I was like,
wait a minute. You actually thought that? Didn't you live far away?
I lived about 30 minutes away. I lived in, Hollywood.
But you thought that this guy followed you home to get your $30 or to get revenge?
Yeah, I was paranoid. And then I kept hearing noises and seeing shadows, and so I called the SWAT team right at daybreak. And the SWAT team came out and surrounded my apartment. And no one was there. Nobody was after me.
But who are you to call the SWAT team? What are you talking about? You mean you called the cops?
I called 911.
Right, and they sent a SWAT team?
Yeah.
Why? Just because they thought it would make a better song?
Because I told them I'd just gotten held up downtown, and I had filed a police report downtown.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
And now you're calling to say that you think that you're being attacked again?
Followed,
but you were really paranoid nobody had followed you home.
I was paranoid, and I was in my nightgown, and I ran down the street before the SWAT team came to get away from the boogeyman, and I went into someone's home while they were eating breakfast in my nightgown.
Vicki, it's a wonder you live to tell these tales. We're going to be right back, and I'd love to hear this song. We just got a couple of seconds left. It's the Eric Metaxas Show. I'm talking to Victoria Jackson. That's right, Victoria Jackson. Stick around.
I heard her speak, but all the words...
You have insurance for your home, your life, your car. But what about insurance for your finances? What would happen to your IRA or 401k if markets crashed and the dollar collapsed? In 2008, millions of Americans watched helplessly while 60% or more of their IRAs and 401ks vanished in the blink of an eye, simply because they weren't protected. Is your retirement account protected? Give yourself and your family financial insurance. Call Goldco Precious Metals, the nation's #1 gold IRA provider, and learn how to protect your IRA or 401k using precious metals. Many government insiders and top investors have been warning that another market collapse, possibly greater than 2008, is coming soon. For a limited time, Goldco is offering a free, no-obligation guide to starting a gold and silver IRA. Give yourself and your family the financial insurance you deserve. Go to goldcoradio.com. That's GOLDCO radio.com. Get your free no-obligation gold IRA guide today at goldcoradio.com.
Are you a responsible person who finds yourself growing deeper and deeper in credit card debt and you're not sure how to fix the problem? Then get ready for a toll-free number that will put you on a path to financial recovery. Trinity Debt Management is a nonprofit organization that will consolidate your accounts into one easy-to-manage monthly payment, put a stop to late fees and over-limit charges, and reduce your interest rates by as much as 60%. You'll save thousands and become debt-free for keeps. It's not a loan. It's a smart way to relieve your stress, meet your obligations, and preserve your self-respect. If your debt has you down, we should talk. Gather up your bills and call this toll-free number for a free, no-obligation debt analysis. 1-800-990-6976. That's 1-800-990-6976. If you're in debt and you need help, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976.
You've tried ignoring them, but they're not going anywhere, and they need to be dealt with. They're your blinds. You may not know it, but you can quickly and easily replace them yourself, thanks to Blinds.com. With Blinds.com's free professional design consultation, you'll be guided through the selection, measuring, and installation of new custom blinds in minutes. You'll save up to 30% off what you'd pay at retail, get free samples, and free shipping, which means you never have to leave your home to get your new blinds. They come right to your door. Find out for yourself why Blinds.com sells twice as many blinds as their closest competitor. Go to Blinds.com today. Free design consultation, free samples, and free shipping. And now through March 31st, use promo code BLUE when you buy 3 blinds and get the 4th free. Go to Blinds.com, use promo code BLUE before March 31st. Then buy 3 blinds and get the 4th free at Blinds.com. Promo code BLUE.
From the creators of God's Not Dead, a classroom answer could cost Grace Wesley everything.
They're looking to destroy you. I'm not going to be afraid to say the name Jesus. I would rather stand with God and be judged by the world than stand with the world and be judged by God.
Peace, God,
God's Not Dead 2. In theaters April 1st. Rated PG. Parental guidance suggested. Tickets and showtimes available at godsnotdead.com.
Welcome to Staples. Staples guy, I need to get a grip on my company's spending.
Staples has low prices every day.
So I won't overspend?
Nope. With our price match guarantee, you can always get the lowest price on everything for your office.
Everything?
Everything.
The lowest prices on ink, paper, coffee, ink, folders, notepads, ink, sticky notes, ink, trash pads, ink binders, and ink?
Need some ink?
A little bit, yeah.
Trust Staples for low prices every day. Staples. Make more happen.
Price match good at checkout for items from retailers operating online in retail stores or products sold and shipped by Amazon. See store or staples.com for details.
1, 2, 1, 2.
It's the Eric Metaxas Show, and guess who I'm talking to? Yes, you guessed correctly. It's the woman coughing quietly in the background. Her name is Victoria Jackson, star of Saturday Night Live for 6 seasons and The Tonight Show with Johnny Carson. I still can't believe, Vicky, that you were on The Tonight Show 20 times with my hero, Johnny Carson, and you told him these stories on the air. No wonder he kept having you back.
Well, I was kind of happy for the material because I needed to say something to him.
So you're glad you got stuck up at gunpoint?
Well, now I am, now that I got a good song out of it.
Right. Well, okay. Now, can you sing that song now?
Yeah. I'm going to sing it without the uke because I have technical difficulties holding the phone in the uke.
Well, you can put it on speakerphone for the song if you want to do that.
That's okay. Okay, basically, what happened was after the SWAT team shows up and there's no one there, I go, I'm paranoid. So the song is called Paranoid. I'm paranoid now, so very paranoid now, ever since I got held up in the parking lot by a big mean man with a short black gun, you see. My attitude has changed from naive, trusting one to I'm going to get you before you get me, 'cause I'm paranoid now, so very paranoid now. Yesterday, while I was jogging in the neighborhood, a young man pulled up his car. He said, you're looking good. He said, you live around here? Instead of saying, yes, I do, I said, look, buddy, I know Kung Fu, 'cause I'm very paranoid now. My daddy doesn't have to give me lectures anymore about what weirdos do to you if you don't lock your door. I've got a small revolver, some poison, and sharp keys, so if you need to tell me something, please tell it to my phone machine, 'cause I'm very paranoid now. In my burglar alarm-infested apartment, 2 drooling German shepherds lurk, and 1 small cat with sharp claws. For when the dogs don't work, don't look at me, don't talk to me, don't invade my space, unless you want hamburger to be made out of your face, 'cause I'm paranoid now. I'm ready for trouble, but is trouble ready for me? Vicious Vicky.
Oh my gosh! I only can think the ukulele would have cluttered that up. That is just unbelievable, Vicky. I knew you wrote poetry and songs, but it's rare that I get to hear a new one. And can I just tell you, I think that one might go to the top of the charts. What do you think? You never recorded that, did you? Did you put this on an album or something?
I did.
When? A long time ago, obviously.
Well, nobody bought it.
Nobody bought the album, or nobody bought the song?
The album. You know, the music industry is dead because I live in Nashville,
yeah.
And all my friends are telling me that when the internet came around, the music business died.
Really?
Because people don't buy CDs anymore. They just get it for free on the internet.
Interesting. I've heard this, of course, but it's interesting to talk to somebody who lives in Nashville, where everybody pretty much made their money from. So what do people do now? I guess it's live performance is the shtick.
I think so. And my small group leader, Lanny, is a music lawyer. He tells me all the inside stuff.
Well, wait a minute. What do you mean you're small group lawyer? There are a lot of people listening right now who don't know what you mean when you say small group lawyer. You mean
leader.
That as part of your leader, but as part of your church, you have a small group where you meet and you, because a lot of these big churches, obviously, they want people to have a more intimate experience praying together with friends and things. So that's your small group, correct?
Yeah, my small group leader, Lanny, is a lawyer in the entertainment business in Nashville. So he tells me.
Is it Lanny Davis, the former special counsel to Bill Clinton?
No.
Oh, it's a different Lanny.
Cates, C-A-T-E-S. And guess what? A week ago, he was dancing with John Travolta at my church at a bar mitzvah.
Come on.
What a small world.
Wait a minute. Hold on. How come they're having a bar mitzvah at a church?
Because the dad was Jewish, born-again Christian Messianic Jew.
The dad of the kid is a Messianic Jew, which is to say a Jew who believes the Messiah has come and his name is Jesus.
Right.
Okay, so because a lot of people, it's kind of interesting, living in New York, there are so many Jews who believe in Jesus as the Messiah. Some of them are part of Jews for Jesus, but there's so many different what they call Messianic congregations. But a lot of people don't even know that that's possible. A lot of people think you're either Jewish or you're Christian. But of course, Jesus was a Jew, and the Jews always believe the Messiah is coming. So if you believe the Messiah came and his name is Jesus of Nazareth, you're a Messianic Jew. So a Messianic Jew was having a bar mitzvah for his son
at
your church.
Yeah.
And for some reason, John Travolta was there?
Because John Travolta and his wife flew in on their private jet because they're friends with the father of the bar mitzvah guy, because the father of the bar mitzvah guy is an actor, and my preacher was sitting at the table with John Travolta. So maybe Travolta heard the gospel.
Wait a minute. John Travolta, I still can't get over this. He's married to Kelly something Travolta, who's also an actress. John Travolta, I was just watching a documentary. I was with my parents up in Danbury, Connecticut this weekend, and I was watching a documentary. I think it was the National Geographic Channel. I can't remember. Or no, the Smithsonian Channel. And they had a documentary on 747s. It was so fascinating. And part of it featured John Travolta because I have to say, I got new respect for him. Not only can he dance like crazy, but he flies, jets and things. But as he spoke about it, he actually flew a 747, which is a frightening concept. Those planes are bigger than the state of New Jersey, and he flew one. And obviously we all know he's an actor, but you mean to tell me that he attended a bar mitzvah at your... I mean, the idea that he flew all the way from California to Nashville, he must be pretty close to your friend Lanny. Or it's not Lanny, sorry, it was the guy whose bar mitzvah it was. You can't give the name out of that person. He's probably, he's very protective about it.
I forget, because I didn't recognize his name. He's not a famous actor. But I thought that was kind of cool. But guess what's even cooler? My small group, I'm learning so much. We're studying Revelation. We're studying
You're studying the book of Revelation. See, people don't often study that in Bible studies because it's too freaky. But I guess you're in an advanced class.
Well, Lanny is the best leader because he really gets to the meat of the word.
Okay, now that sounds like a Christian cliche.
Yeah.
It's to the meat. Now, a lot of people know exactly what you said, but the word, I just want to say this because I know there are folks listening who, when they hear the word, they don't know what that is. It means the Bible, the Word of God. Okay. But so he gets right into it. He doesn't dance around the surface.
Not to the baby milk for the baby Christians. He gets to the
to the meat as opposed to the milk. I got you.
Yeah,
I got
but
you.
get this. I know I'm talking in Christianese because I know you're a Christian. Like, if I didn't think you're a Christian, I wouldn't be using these words.
Yeah, but a lot of my audience listening might not understand. I just want to make sure that everybody understands what we're talking about. But go ahead. It's exciting.
Well, the coolest thing I learned this week was that that Jesus, calls the church, the believers, his bride.
Correct.
And I always was like, that's kind of weird and creepy, because there's some men who are believers. Are they, like, married to Jesus?
Right.
Well, it's a great metaphor, or whatever you call it. You're the author. Because the Jewish wedding, the traditional Jewish wedding, Jesus used all of the factors of it to explain his relationship to the church, us the believers. And what I learned, we learned about the Jewish wedding. For instance, first the guy flirts with a girl. Then he takes her to his house to meet his dad. And then he says, I'm interested in you. And then the dad draws up a contract. The contract is like the Bible, where the groom, like Jesus, promises all these promises to the bride, like, you will live with me forever, I will protect you, I will give you jewels and golden streets in heaven, I love you, I will die for you. And then the bride says, okay. And then she says, I will promise to love you with all my heart and soul and mind and obey you. And so Jesus and the believer have this relationship. And they have a contract. It's like the Bible.
Right.
And then he says, I'm going to go off to my father's house, and I'm going to prepare the bridal suite for you. They would add on a room to the family homestead. And when I come back, I will receive you unto myself. So the groom goes off to a far-off country with his dad. They start building. The bride never knows when he's coming back, because traditional Jewish weddings...
This is amazing. I cannot believe that either I never heard this, or I heard it probably and I forgot it. But this is fascinating. I want to come back to this. We have to go to a break. We got to listen to a little Paul McCartney for a second. But we're going to be right back with Victoria Jackson. We're discussing Johnny Carson and the Book of Revelation. It's exciting. We'll be right back. MetaxasTalk.com.
With SRN News, I'm Patrick Foss. Top U.S. defense officials say the deaths of senior leaders in airstrikes recently won't break the back of the Islamic State group. The Pentagon is moving to increase the number of American troops in Iraq. There are Democratic caucuses today in Hawaii, Alaska, and Washington State, and Bernie Sanders is hoping to launch a spring comeback against the commanding frontrunner Hillary Clinton by going 3 for 3. Meanwhile, personal attacks mar the Republican campaign between Ted Cruz and Donald Trump, who continue to vex establishment GOP leaders. The Mississippi House has passed its own death penalty bill, which seeks to add the firing squad as an alternate method. Authorities have a man in custody in the horrific slaying of a popular Los Angeles herbalist, his wife, and the couple's 5-year-old daughter. A judge has sentenced a Wisconsin man to prison time for making threats against President Obama. Last summer, he'll have to face at least 3 years in jail. More details at srnnews.com.
You know, I'm not a genius about money. I love my credit cards, and they love me. I was using them as a source of income, and then I got behind in my payments, and creditors were calling. I figured I had a problem, and I didn't know how to deal with it. I heard about Trinity, so I called and talked to a counselor. In half an hour, we worked out a plan. Now I've got one easy monthly payment, a lower interest rate, and I'm getting out of debt.
If you're in an endless cycle of paying on credit card balances that never seem to go away, then get ready for a toll-free number that will put you on a path to financial recovery. Trinity will consolidate your accounts, put a stop to late fees and over-limit charges, reduce your interest, and possibly improve your credit score. You'll save thousands. If your debt has you down, we should talk. Call 1-800-936-5348. That's 1-800-936-5348. Call 1-800-936-5348.
Eric Metaxas here. Most of us suffer from cardiovascular issues, so we here at the show encourage you to think about your heart health this month. Now, I help to maintain my heart health by drinking Super Beets every day. It's a superfood powder I mix with water, yogurt, or put in a smoothie. The all-natural dietary nitrates in Super Beets are sourced from non-GMO beets, and they help boost my circulation and support my healthy blood pressure naturally. I feel the energy and stamina boost in about 20 minutes, which no other superfood formula guarantees. I truly want you to try this product, and if you don't feel the results, you don't pay, guaranteed. Get a 30-day supply free with your first order. You'll also get nitric oxide indicator strips free to use before and after drinking Super Beets to see it working in your body. Plus, get the free book Beat the Odds, get it? And all of this comes to you with free shipping. Call 800-240-4767. That's 800-240-4767, 800-240-4767, or go to ericlovesbeats.com. That's ericlovesbeats.com.
Folks, it's the Eric Metaxas Show. I'm talking to none other than Victoria Jackson, Saturday Night Live alumna of 6 years, veteran of The Tonight Show with Johnny Carson, which is the real Tonight Show. And now she's talking to me about the hidden meanings in the book of Revelation. Honestly, Vicki, I am blown away by what you just said. We've got to go over this again. You just said that in the actual ancient Hebrew tradition.
Wedding.
Okay, the bridegroom would go away, and the bride would wait for him to return.
Okay, first she would get more modestly dressed to show everyone she's engaged or betrothed, engaged, and then he would go away. And then he would build a bridal suite onto his dad's house. And she never knew when he was coming back. The tradition is he would surprise her. Now, all these verses about the rapture and Jesus has gone to heaven to prepare a place for us. In my Father's house are many mansions. I go to prepare a place for you. I will come again to receive you to myself, that where I am, there you may be also. All these verses, I'll come as a thief in the night. You won't know when I'm coming. They all make sense now.
Who'd have thunk that it would take a ditzy blonde from Nashville to unpack the treasures of the scripture for us today on the Eric Metaxas Show? I'm telling you, not I. This is so terrific, Vicki. Thank you. I'm amazed.
You're welcome. But thanks to Lanny, my small group leader, because he's it's so exciting. My my brain is illumined. Now it all makes sense. Jesus was talking to Jews. He was a Jew. He was trying to explain supernatural things to humans, and he was using what they were familiar with.
It's pretty incredible. It makes me realize that the one problem with the church is that we're not Jewish enough. And I'm totally serious. Like, we're supposed to understand this stuff. Well, if you think about it, you can't have a bar mitzvah because you're a woman. You're a grown woman. You can't fool me. But I know what you mean, and I think that obviously the early church, they were all Jews. Jesus was a Jew. Paul was a Jew. Peter was a Jew. They were all Jews. Mary was Italian. That's a joke. Mary was also Jewish. They were all Jewish, and they all understood this in their bones, and they did not reject it. This was an outgrowth of their Judaism. They really never believed that they're leaving Judaism for Christianity. That's a myth that's been made up. They believed that everyone believes in Jesus, including the Gentiles, or I should say specifically the Gentiles, are grafted in to the true tree of faith, the olive tree which represents Israel. So it's an extraordinary thing that every Christian becomes a Jew by faith. And so to think that we've forgotten all of this stuff is a gigantic pity, because it means we're farther removed from Jesus, farther removed from the Bible, because we pushed away from these things. But it sounds to me like your church is at the forefront of this kind of stuff.
And get this, the Father and the Son were the Father was the only one who knew when the bridegroom was going to surprise his bride, who had to be on her toes and be ready at any minute and not be cheating or anything. And so the Father, like the Bible says, only God in heaven knows when Jesus is coming back again, just like the metaphor.
It's pretty amazing.
We should be more Jewish, yes.
Yeah. So you should probably change your name from Victoria to Hadassah.
Okay.
Would you do that? Victoria. You're tired of Victoria? I think you need to stick with Victoria because that's how most people know you, but I'll call you Hadassah. Well, but I have to say that it is true that the more you know about the Jewish traditions, the more alive the Bible comes, and that's one of the things that I find so fascinating about the life of Bonhoeffer, is he understood that the Jews were the people of God and that the Psalms were, you know, it was the prayer book of the Bible. A lot of people often separate the Old Testament and the New Testament. They don't really understand that they're meant to go together. And anyway, who knew that a John Travolta anecdote would lead us to these great riches?
And guess what else?
What else?
I learned that Israel is the bride of God and the church is the bride of Jesus.
I never heard of that. That's interesting.
Yeah, it's like, we'll look into that.
We'll have to look into that for a future show. Now, okay, we were talking about, first of all, you sang this incredible song. I don't want to forget about your song. What a great song about getting mugged in a parking lot at gunpoint in Los Angeles, and you wrote this beautiful song about it. What's the title of that song again?
I'm Paranoid.
I'm Paranoid. Now,
actually, it's called Paranoid.
Oh,
and then I was telling you that I can't sell any albums of my songs, but I give them away for free.
Yeah. Well, can people listen to them on your website? Some of them?
They can buy the album on my website.
Aha. Okay, so the website is?
VictoriaJackson.com or HadassahJackson.com.
Okay, either VictoriaJackson.com or HadassahJackson.com. But Hadassah, I don't think that the internet people had a chance to put that in yet. There's a lot of coding. There's a lot of coding involved. So VictoriaJackson.com, and you've got a lot of, stop cooing, and you've got a lot of great videos on there. If people want to see you on the Tonight Show and stuff, I suggest they go to VictoriaJackson.com. And I want to get you to do a live show with me. You know, to do something. I want to do a radio show, like a Christmas radio show. Maybe we'll do this in December here in New York, and you can sing some of these songs from the stage.
No, we have to do a live TV show, and I'll be Ed McMahon.
You'll be my Ed Can you do an Ed McMahon imitation? Don't do it now. Wait. Don't do it now because we're going to a break. It's the Eric Metaxas Show, MetaxasTalk.com. We'll be right back with more Victoria Jackson. Yes.
Are
Are you a responsible person who finds yourself growing deeper and deeper in credit card debt and you're not sure how to fix the problem? Then get ready for a toll-free number that will put you on a path to financial recovery. Trinity Debt Management is a nonprofit organization that will consolidate your accounts into one easy-to-manage monthly payment, put a stop to late fees and over-limit charges, and reduce your interest rates by as much as 60%. You'll save thousands and become debt-free for keeps. It's not a loan. It's a smart way to relieve your stress, meet your obligations, and preserve your self-respect. If your debt has you down, we should talk. Gather up your bills and call this toll-free number for a free, no-obligation debt analysis. 1-800-990-6976. That's 1-800-990-6976. If you're in debt and you need help, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976.
Is negative content or comments on the web affecting your personal or professional reputation? Unfavorable comments, embarrassing pictures, videos, legal documents, and bad tweets can ruin your personal life, your career, or your business. Reputation.com can protect your good name. It's easy to squash the unfair attacks with our patented system. Call right now for a free expert reputation analysis. Call 800-651-4888. 800-651-4888.
Welcome to Staples. Staples guy, I need to get a grip on my company's spending.
Staples has low prices every day.
So I won't overspend?
Nope. With our price match guarantee, you can always get the lowest price on everything for your office.
Everything?
Everything.
The lowest prices on ink, paper, coffee, ink, folders, notepads, ink, sticky notes, ink, trash pads, ink, binders, and ink?
Need some ink?
A little bit, yeah.
Trust Staples for low prices every day. Staples. Make more happen.
Price match good at checkout for items from retailers operating online in retail stores or products sold and shipped by Amazon. See store or staples.com for details.
I remember the day when one of my best friends called and told me that his father had died. We cried together. This devastated his family. But even more devastating, they invested his death benefit in the stock market. And in the crash of 2008, they lost over $1 million. All of their hopes and dreams were shattered yet again. My name is Brent Tixon. After that market crash devastated my friend's family, I determined that would not happen to anyone else that I knew. After years of research, I did find a better way. So today, I'm giving you a free copy of my best-selling book, Secure Your Retirement Dreams with Safe Money. I reveal where the wealthy grow their money safely, get good rates of return, and get tax-free cash loans for retirement. All of this where you don't lose money in the market. If you're concerned about losing your hard-earned wealth in the next stock market crash, then call 1-800-391-0404 right now to get your free copy of Safe Money. The next 47 callers get free shipping and handling. No credit card required. Call 1-800-391-0404.
Miracles are God's way of letting us know He's here.
From the producers of Heaven is for Real, Miracles from Heaven.
There's currently no cure for Anna's condition.
We're not giving up.
Based on the incredible true story.
So you're telling me that when this baby girl fell 30 feet, she hit her head just right and it healed her?
Yes.
That's impossible.
Miracles from Heaven, starring Jennifer Garner. Now playing. Rated PG. Parental guidance suggested. Tickets and showtimes at miraclesfromheaven-movie.com.
Business Loans Now is well known for 60-minute approvals and same-day funding for business across this greatest nation on God's green earth. This is Michael Medved for Business Loans Now, where your business cash flow is way more important than any personal credit. Business Loans Now could also help if your business has recently been underfunded by some other lender. To research the private equity sector and to find out how much your business could qualify for, I encourage you, visit businessloansnow.com.
Helping your business is what we do. Businessloansnow.com.
I still remember how my life turned upside down. I was living in the moment, I was in the here and now. Eyes were open wide. You came along just like a song upon the breeze, illuminated my September, infiltrated my dreams. I was mystified.
Hey there, it's the Eric Metaxas Show. That is the Orange Peels, starring Alan Clapp. You can go to orangepeels.com to check out their music and a new album. I'm talking to Victoria Jackson, veteran star of Saturday Night Live and the whole schlemiel going back to The Tonight Show. I still can't get over, I'll never get over the fact that you were on the Johnny Carson show because, you know, Victoria, it's not, to me, The Tonight Show with Johnny Carson, that's The Tonight Show. I mean, I know I'm not alone in thinking that, but nobody the idea that it's some kind of an amazing franchise that anybody else can take it over. All these guys are great, but nobody can compare to Johnny Carson, period, case closed.
Eric, you are the new Johnny Carson, and we have
That's what I was
to
just
going
going
to
to say.
TV.
Yes, exactly. Well, thank you so much. You're so kind to me that I blush, but blushing doesn't work on radio. So I guess
why
maybe
you have
that's
to
why
be on TV.
we'll have to do some TV. Sure. Well, so Vicki, you've had this amazing life. I want to remind our listeners that you're married to a wonderful man.
Yeah, he was not wonderful this week.
He wasn't really.
Yeah,
What
we had
happened?
a disagreement about money.
About money.
Mhm.
Is that something you could share that with me, because I'm an on-air counselor.
Really? Well, what would you suggest we do if we disagree about money?
Well, you have to give me the specifics.
Well, I like to buy lots of trees because I wanted to live in a forest, and he wants to live on a block where all the houses look the same. So the compromise is I bought a lot of trees and I planted them all over the house.
Wanting to live in a house that looks the same as all the other houses next to it, that's kind of communist.
It's communist.
I mean, you know how much I love Paul, but I'm just saying, like, that's kind of communist. That's sort of, utilitarian.
Thank you. Thank
living in
you.
a tree, that's really the Judeo-Christian ethic right there in a nutshell. So, but here's the problem. Because you're his wife, you're supposed to submit one to another.
Mm-hmm.
You probably skipped that because you were all excited about Revelation. You're supposed to submit one to another, and you're never supposed to do anything. Like if I bought something knowing my wife didn't like it, that would be wrong. But equally, if my wife did something knowing I wouldn't like it, that would be wrong. Like, it's just wrong. Like, you're supposed to love your spouse that way.
But if I ask him, he'll say no.
Oh, I didn't think about that.
So I just put it on my credit card.
Yeah, Vicki, I hate to say this to you publicly, but you might be wrong on this one, Vicki.
But I need trees or I'll go insane.
Oh, now you're threatening him, are you?
Well,
Okay,
does he want an insane wife or
does
a
he
happy
want an
wife?
insane wife? Maybe. My advice, generally speaking, would be to apologize to him for having gone forward as you did, and then try to explain your position again, because you don't really win anything. I mean, these trees, they may as well be stolen at this point, because you bought them in a way that dishonored your husband. You know that nothing good can come of that, any more than if he were to dishonor you. Now, come on, now you know this better than I do.
Well, I think the trees will be good for him. See, I'm smarter than him.
Right. That's the key. That's why you dishonored him by doing this. Well,
Yes. For instance, I bought a pickup truck 2 years ago, and he screamed at me.
yeah.
But I have used it every day for 2 years, and I'm like, was that a stupid decision or a smart decision?
And what does he say?
Nothing, because I'm always right.
You're always right. I know, but
you're right.
by
I'll go apologize, and I'll tell him I'll cut all the trees down, and I'll look like everyone else, and I'll just keep my mouth shut.
No. I can see this is going to take more counseling sessions, Vicki. This is not. We're not going to be able to knock this out in one show.
Instead?
We're not. Yes, I would really love to segue to cancer. That was my goal.
Because
You are because
cancer, he should give me anything I want.
well, now there you've got a good point. You do have a good point.
I'm dying. He's going to get my pension checks for the rest of his life.
Are you dying? You're not dying. Don't say that. I
And
rebuke you.
he can cut the trees down with all the money he's going to be getting from me.
Man.
Dead.
Yeah, and he can give the lumber to his next wife.
Yeah, and she can build
Yeah,
a
that
boat.
doesn't sound fair, and they can build a boat. Well, listen,
So Eric,
let's slow down here.
Great.
Let's slow down here. This is serious. You've had breast cancer. You had a double mastectomy. You're having chemo. You lost all your hair.
Yep.
And you still look cute as a button, but it's not been fun. I understand that. How are things right now?
Well, I don't look cute, but I do dress up in various wigs and costumes to entertain myself and others. So I don't look like
Well, that's
scary.
pretty. But that part is cute. But so tell me, how are things going with this right now?
Well, the weird thing is, it's going great. I feel fantastic. I never felt better, and the chemo I'm on now doesn't have any side effects except for baldness.
Except for baldness.
And it ends in about May, and then hopefully my hair grows back, and Lord willing, I don't have any return of cancer. But it's really a big blessing because it's in so many ways drawing me closer to God and giving me witnessing opportunities.
Yeah.
I'm probably going to be doing stand-up at Gilda's Club, where I've learned that, most of the cancer people who go to Gilda's Club are not born-again Christians because
What a surprise.
born-again Christians go to church for comfort.
Right.
I
Not
go
the
to my
Gilda's
small
Club.
group. They pray for me and lay hands on me and encourage me. But I think people who don't have church go to Gilda's Club.
Right. Well,
So I thought I could do my stand-up there and put the gospel in my act.
maybe you might just offend the people and make them think, what the heck is this?
Well, I
think
have a very subtle way I put it in. It's in one of my ukulele songs,
Uh-huh.
which I will sing for you on our next visit together.
Yeah, no. We've got a lot more singing ahead. We've got just a minute in this segment. When we come back, can you sing the Why Should I Be Discouraged? When God Has a Plan. That's been going through my head. It's so beautiful. It's on my Facebook page. Can you sing that when we come back with the ukulele or not?
Sure.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna be right back with Victoria Jackson. And, Vicki, it's kind of funny that this whole cancer thing has drawn you closer to God and made you a better person, except for the tree stuff. We're going to have to come back to that. Unfortunately,
I'm eating really healthy now.
you're eating healthy, and you bought the trees,
yeah.
even you knew your husband didn't want you to. So, okay, we're gonna have to come back to that. So we've got a lot of counseling sessions ahead, and I just offer this up. This is pro bono for me. But we're gonna be right back with Victoria Jackson. It's the Eric Metaxas Show, MetaxasTalk.com.
If you're one of the millions of Americans who suffers from back pain, there's new hope for relief without the use of over-the-counter pain pills. Australian Dream, makers of the popular arthritis cream, now offers a back pain cream. It's real medicine that goes on fast and provides effective relief for simple backache. Australian Dream Back Pain Cream has no odor, doesn't burn, and isn't greasy. And it's backed by the Empty Jar Guarantee. Love it or send back the empty jar for a full refund. Find Australian Dream Back Pain Cream now at Walgreens.
From the creators of God's Not Dead, a classroom answer could cost Grace Wesley everything.
They're looking to destroy you. I'm not going to be afraid to say the name Jesus. I would rather stand with God and be judged by the world than stand with the world and be judged by God.
God's Not Dead 2. In theaters April 1st. Rated PG. Parental guidance suggested. Tickets and showtimes available at godsnotdead.com.
With SRN News, I'm Gordon Griffin. Thousands of Christians commemorated the crucifixion of Jesus Christ by following the Via Dolorosa where Jesus walked on the way to the cross. American pilgrim Alex Soto says it's wonderful to take part in the Way of the Cross service through the narrow streets of Jerusalem's Old City.
The holiday is the most sacred one in Christianity, and to be here in the actual steps that he took is all that more meaningful to me.
The processional wound its way to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, where many Christians believe Jesus was crucified and laid to rest before his resurrection on Easter Sunday. The Mississippi House has voted today to allow the state to execute prisoners using a firing squad if officials decide lethal injection is too expensive or unavailable. Attorney General Jim Hood asked lawmakers earlier this year to approve alternate execution methods. This is SRN News.
Are you a responsible person who finds yourself growing deeper and deeper in credit card debt and you're not sure how to fix the problem? Then get ready for a toll-free number that will put you on a path to financial recovery. Trinity Debt Management is a nonprofit organization that will consolidate your accounts into one easy-to-manage monthly payment, put a stop to late fees and over-limit charges, and reduce your interest rates by as much as 60%. You'll save thousands and become debt-free for keeps. It's not a loan. It's a smart way to relieve your stress, meet your obligations, and preserve your self-respect. If your debt has you down, we should talk. Gather up your bills and call this toll-free number for a free, no-obligation debt analysis. 1-800-990-6976. That's 1-800-990-6976. If you're in debt and you need help, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976.
folks. It's the Eric Metaxas Show. I'm talking to Victoria Jackson. That's right, from Saturday Night Live. She's on the phone now. We're talking about trees and cancer. Vicki, are you ready with your ukulele to sing this encouraging song?
Yes.
Okay, you sang this for me in Nashville a few weeks ago, and I got tears in my eyes. I put it on my Facebook page, and I've got to post it again because really it's beautiful. And so if you just want to sing it, I would be delighted to share it with my audience.
Okay, it's based on Psalm 43:5, which is a verse that popped out at me when I was in the lobby waiting for my double mastectomy, And so this is what God said to me.
Okay.
Okay, I'm putting the phone on the piano.
Okay.
Why should I be discouraged if God has a plan? He makes beauty from ashes. I will praise him yet again and again. I will praise him yet again and again.
You got to sing that one more. You got to sing it one more time. Last time you didn't use the word yet.
Well, I kind of did, but I kind of mumbled it.
Oh, I would take it out. I'm a lyricist. You probably didn't know that, did you?
You know what? I should take it out.
I think so,
really
because again and again implies yet again and again. But would you? It's so beautiful. Would you just sing that again for us? Because it's so short. It's glorious. Please.
Could you hear it with all the phone
Oh, perfect.
problems?
It was perfect. Yes.
Okay. Why should I be discouraged if God has a plan? He makes beauty from ashes. I will praise him again and again. I will praise him again and again.
Oh.
You're right. It's better with the yes out.
I love that so much. That was every time I look at my Facebook page, I see the picture of you with the uke, and I get it in my head again because it's so simple and beautiful. It really is. It's so encouraging. People need to know. I mean, people listening to this program right now are going through all kinds of difficulties. Everybody listening, almost everybody, is going through difficulties. And to hear you, who've had a double mastectomy, who are going through chemotherapy right now, you've got other struggles, and for you to sing this, the lyrics are so beautiful. I just want to repeat them. It's why should I be discouraged if God has a plan? He makes beauty for ashes. I will praise him again and again. The idea to know that God has a plan even in our suffering. We can't forget, it's not like God, went on vacation. He can bring beauty out of ashes. And that's what the Bible says. And that's obviously, you got it from Psalm 42, verse 5. So,
43.
Vicki, it's 43, verse 5. Thank you. And it's just a joy to have you on. We're out of time, but you understand that we've got a lot more work to do, Vicki, so we're going to have you back.
You should have me and Paul on and give us counseling.
We should have some marriage counseling on the air. I'm willing to do that pro bono,
Okay.
seriously, just because you're friends and I care about this stuff. And I love trees, but I also love fealty to the Word of God. So there you have it. Okay, so we're going to be right. But no, we're not going to be right back. We're done. Vicki, God bless you. Thank you for being on. Folks, if you want to go to VictoriaJackson.com, you should. VictoriaJackson.com. And listen to her cooing. VictoriaJackson.com. It's the Eric Metaxas Show. And if you want to go to MetaxasTalk.com, you are free to do that. Thank you for listening. We really appreciate it.
We are country at its best with a blend of yesterday's memories. WCAB, Rutherfordton.
News this hour from townhall.com. Patrick Cross. Belgian prosecutors say they made arrest in Friday's counterterrorism raids.
Belgian police carried out raids in at least 3 neighborhoods today.
and 3 people have been detained. 2 of the 3 people who were arrested today were wounded in the leg.
Correspondent Angela Charlton reports Friday's arrest in Brussels stemmed from new intelligence.
The raids were prompted by the arrest of a suspect in France who was suspected of plotting an imminent attack. The raids also appear to be linked to the suicide bombings in Brussels earlier this week.
In Washington, the Pentagon confirmed that a top Islamic State operative was killed by U.S. forces in Syria. President Obama has issued a brief statement for Easter.
President Obama said Michelle and he join our fellow Christians in observing Good Friday and celebrating Easter. He said this is a time to remember the sacrifices made for us and hold all who suffer close to our hearts. Yet it is also a time to rejoice, give thanks for the resurrection, and unite with Christians around the world in proclaiming Christ has risen, he has risen indeed. He said we wish all who celebrate a blessed and joyful Easter. Connie Lawn reporting from Washington.
In Elite 8 action on Friday, North Carolina dunked Indiana 101-86. Tar Heels coach Roy Williams says he told his team they needed to continue playing hard despite grabbing an early lead over Indiana.
We just saw a couple last week, 12 points in 44 seconds. Caliber of the teams in the tournament, you got to keep playing and understand you got to play for 40 minutes. But it was very good for us to get off such a positive start.
Notre Dame beat Wisconsin 61-56. It was Virginia 84, Iowa State 71. Syracuse edged Gonzaga 63-60. Coming up today, it's top seed Oregon taking on number 2 seed Oklahoma. Number 1 seed Kansas faces 2nd seed Villanova. More on these stories at townhall.com.
We all know carrying a lot of credit card debt is a hassle. You're constantly managing multiple payments, and if you miss one, your interest rates may go up. Avant can help you take control by consolidating credit card debt with an unsecured personal loan. You'll make just one fixed payment a month. Simply go to avantoffer.com and check your rate. Checking your rate is risk-free with no effect on your FICO score. Complete your application in minutes, and the funds could be in your account as soon as tomorrow. Avant will give you a $50 Amazon.com gift card after you make your first payment on time. For this offer and to check your rate risk-free, go to avantoffer.com and enter promo code BORROW. That's AVANToffer.com, promo code BORROW. Avantoffer.com, promo code BORROW. Loans made by WebBank. Funds are generally deposited via ACH for delivery next business day if approved by 4:30 p.m. Central Time, Monday through Friday. FICO is a registered trademark of Fair Isaac Corporation. Amazon is not a sponsor of this promotion. Other restrictions apply. See website for details.
20 people have been detained in China following the publication of a letter calling on President Xi Jinping to resign.
This is, of course, an extraordinary letter, purportedly a call from loyal Communist Party members for the president to resign. The letter accuses him of bungling all sorts of policies, economic decisions, diplomatic decisions, and generally of having taken the country in the wrong direction. We've no idea, of course, what to make of it. It's very hard to know if it is authentic or whether it may be the result of malicious work from somebody outside. Some people suggesting perhaps this website was hacked.
That's the BBC's John Sudworth. What was once labeled as subversion thundered through Havana as the Rolling Stones unleashed 2 hours of shrieking rock and roll on an ecstatic crowd of hundreds of thousands of Cubans and foreign visitors Friday. Breaking news and analysis at townhall.com. The Centers for Disease Control is touting the success of government-led anti-smoking campaign.
The CDC says the 2014 ad campaign led 104,000 Americans to quit smoking. Another 1.4 million attempted to quit. The ad campaign features former smokers talking about health problems they suffered due to smoking, including cancer and strokes. The results of the survey were published in the journal Preventing Chronic Disease.
Correspondent Linda Kenyon. Authorities say the bodies of a California doctor, his wife, and their 5-year-old daughter were found wrapped in plastic and duct tape in their garage. That and other new details of the killings of 57-year-old Dr. Wydong Henry Han, his wife 29-year-old Jenny, and their daughter Emily were revealed in a Friday evening news release from the Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Department. More on these stories at townhall.com. I'm Patrick Foss.
Get today's news on your way home from work with Tom Green and the Afternoon Report starting at 5:05 right here on the most news and information for the foothills. WCAB, Rutherfordton. WCAB.
Hi, Tom Green with a check on your weather going into Saturday. Clear skies, a low around 46, partly cloudy, a high 68, and a low 48 under partly cloudy skies Saturday night. Easter Sunday, mostly cloudy, 60% chance of isolated showers, and a high around 68. We thank you for tuning to us for the latest in news, sports, and weather. Join Jay Coombs at 6:05 for the Wake Up Call, Morning Call Around Report, great gospel music, classic country all day long here on AM 590 WCAB Rutherford. Have a terrific Easter weekend.
I'm back in the saddle again, out where a friend is a friend, where the longhorn cattle feed on the lowly Jemson weed. I'm back in the saddle again, riding the range once more, toting my old 44. Where you sleep out every night and the only law is right. Back in the saddle again. Whoopee-tie-I-oh, rocking to and fro. Back in the saddle again. Whoopee-tie-I, I go my way. Back in the saddle again. I'm back in the saddle again, out where a friend is a friend, where the longhorn cattle feed on the lowly Jemson weed. I'm back in the saddle again, riding the range once more, toting my old 44. Where you sleep out every night and the only law is right. Back in the saddle again. Whoopee-tie-I-oh, rocking to and fro. Back in the saddle again. Whoopee-tie-I, I go my way. Back in the saddle again.
The Old West is a time and place of the heart. Welcome everyone to another great hour on Chronicle of the Old West Weekly Edition, the country's #1 radio show that's dedicated to the history of our American West, and it's the best of the West. I'm your guide for the hour and the radio voice of the Old West, Dakota Livesay. You're invited to come along with me on a journey into the Old West. We'll ride Mustang ponies, round up some cattle, and then reflect on our day's experience around the campfire. Come along with me to a time of wild men and strong women. Over the first 300 years of the development of our country, we had a frontier. In order to survive on that frontier, it required integrity, self-reliance, accountability, and cooperation with neighbors and finding solutions to problems. These precepts were passed down both verbally and by the actions of men and women. It was solidified on our western frontier. Western writer Zane Grey first chronicled it as the Code of the West. Back in 2004, I became intrigued with this code. I truly believe it was important in making the United States the preeminent country it is today. And I believe just as strongly that its continued practice is important in making sure we remain a strong democratic country. To make this code more relevant to us today, I took the various precepts, condensed and updated them, and came up with the following. Respect yourself and others. Accept responsibility for your life. Be positive and cheerful. Be a person of your word. Go the distance. Be fair in all your dealings. Be a friend and neighbor. It's not by accident that the first two words of the code are respect yourself. These are very important. Respecting yourself is essential if one is to have the ability to observe the other precepts. Our ability to like other people is controlled by our ability to like ourselves. Our ability to accept other people is limited by our ability to accept ourselves. Each time I read the first precept, I'm reminded of the 1968 Aretha Franklin song that starts R-E-S-P-E-C-T, find out what it means to me. Unfortunately, quite often respecting ourselves is one of the most difficult things we have to do in life. We know our darkest secrets, and that's scary. Our failures loom in front of us like giant elephants. And I know, at least for me, these elephants have the ability to block out the future. 100 people can say we're good at something, but let one person criticize us and we feel, finally, someone has been honest with me. That's in part because it has been estimated that for every positive stimulus we receive, there are 10 negative ones. If we had encountered this level of support when, as an infant, we were learning to walk, we would probably be crawling to this day. So, in reality, one can understand why people lack self-respect and at the same time marvel that there are those who live lives of self-confidence. Making mistakes and being imperfect is a part of life. There has been but one person who was perfect, and he ended up being turned in by one of his closest friends and hanged from a cross. We need to enjoy our successes and learn from our failures. At one point, while trying to come up with the light bulb, Thomas Edison said, "I haven't failed. I've just found 10,000 ways that wouldn't work." If you don't respect yourself, you need to consider changing your course, because throughout your life, you'll be running into obstacles that will keep your ship of life on the rocks. I've written a book about these 7 precepts I listed earlier. The book is called Living the Code. You can get more information about the book and these precepts by visiting www.livingthecode.com. And let me tell you, these precepts can change your life. Again, that website is livingthecode.com. Now, let's take a look at this week's show. We'll start with Tim Sweet talking about Billy the Kid. In the second half of the show, I'll be talking to our regular Bill O'Neill about an essential element in the Old West, Texas Longhorn cattle. But first, I want to tell you about a great online Western store. Dog Jake, your online Western store that covers the Old West, the New West, and all the rest, not only has a unique name, it's a unique company. First, no Dog Jake customer pays freight on shipments made within the United States. I ask you, who else does that? Plus, as a Dog Jake customer, we'll give you a minimum of 10 up to 20% off every item on our website. Who else does that? How can Dog Jake do this? Dog Jake does everything possible to keep the costs down, like no overhead for a brick and mortar store. At the same time, Dog Jake carries the top clothing lines to meet the needs of anyone involved in the Old West or New West. Dog Jake also has some great Western theme home decorations. Visit our website, www.dogjake.com, or call us at 888-DOG-JAKE. Thanks, Jake. Would you like to build your own muzzleloader rifle or pistol? The Possible Shop has a large selection of kits in stock, like the New Orleans Ace, Kentucky, and Hawkins rifles. They even have the Trapper pistol and flintlock or percussion. Visit their website, possibleshop.com, and look under muzzleloaders, or call at 575-625-6762. That's 575-625-6762.
More Chronicles of the Old West after this, right here on AM 59 WCAB, Rutherfordton.
Welcome back to Chronicle of the Old West Weekly Edition. I'm your host, Dakota Livesay. We are at the Billy the Kid Museum, and I'm talking to a gentleman who has literally grown up in this museum, Tim Sweet. Tim, welcome to Chronicle of the Old West.
Thank you for having me.
You are the son of the founder of this museum, Don Sweet.
Well, really, I'm the grandson of the founder.
Grandson, okay.
My grandfather, Ed Sweet, is the one that found the museum, built it in 1952.
Had he done a lot of collecting prior to deciding to build this museum?
He had always wanted to have a museum, and he started collecting at a very young age. When he was 10 years old, they found a stash of guns when they were out rabbit hunting, and he kept his, and the other kids that were with him, they kind of tore theirs up and everything, and two of the guns that he found are still in the museum today.
Did you ever discover who owned those guns?
No, we did not.
Do you feel that by a stash of guns that possibly they were stolen or used as weapons in some sort of a nefarious affair?
We always felt like they were probably Comancheros, had a camp there, and they probably had to leave in a hurry, and they just left the guns. But they were basically in a pack rat's nest, and a rabbit ran into the nest, and my grandfather dug them out, and that's how they found them.
Interesting. So that gun was the beginning of what we see right here.
Yes, that was the start.
How many feet do you have under roof?
We have a little over museum feet, a little over 20,000 square feet of museum.
Wow. And I'll tell you, if you come here, plan on spending a few hours walking through it. You have quite a few items here from Pete Maxwell's house, and to refresh all of our memories, it was in Pete Maxwell's house that Pat Garrett shot Billy the Kid. Pete Maxwell's family was quite famous in this area, weren't they?
They were a very wealthy family at one time in this area. Pete Maxwell's father, his name was Lucian Maxwell. He was a very influential man in New Mexico history, but you just don't hear a lot about him. He had the Maxwell land grant in northern New Mexico. He sold that, came to Fort Sumner, bought the fort from the government, and made his ranch headquarters here. And then later on, Billy the Kid is killed in his house.
Right. When he bought the fort, did he use any of the buildings as his main buildings? I know he had a house that was quite large. Was that part of the fort?
Yes, it was the officers' quarters of the fort. But when Maxwell came here, he brought about 30 families with him that worked for him.
Okay. Were these Spanish families?
Yes. Fort Sumner was basically just like a small community. A lot of those people stayed in the barracks buildings.
What did he do for a living? Where did his wealth come from?
Well, Lucian Maxwell, Pete's father, did a little bit of everything. So he did everything from raising sheep and cattle to investing in railroads. He liked to gamble a lot. I think he lost a lot of money, and he made a lot of money.
Yes, I understand that Pete Maxwell in particular probably lost more money than he made.
I think he pretty much squandered probably most of what they had.
The house itself was a two-story house, and I guess if it was officers' quarters, that gives me a little different idea of the configuration of the house as opposed to it being a single-family house?
Well, the reason it's two-story is the Maxwells did put the pitch roof on the house later on. Whenever Billy the Kid was killed, it was a flat-top roof.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Because one of the questions I've often asked myself, if this is a two-story house, traditionally people have the master bedroom up on the second story. So that answers that question very easily. As well, if it were officers' quarters, each one of the rooms would probably have an outside exit so that it would become more or less private quarters.
Yes. There were 20 rooms in the house, and each room had an exterior door.
Is there any ruins of that house at this time?
There's nothing left of the house. You can go down to the site and you can see where the house stood, but most of the house washed away. They had a big flood in 1890 of it, and then several other floods that followed took the rest of it.
And that flood that took place, did that also be the flood that changed the gravesite of Billy the Kid?
Well, I think there's a lot of misconception about that. My reasoning is if the flood changed the gravesite of Billy the Kid, who was killed in 1881, in 1906 the government came in here and exhumed all the soldiers that were at the fort and moved them to Santa Fe. If the flood had moved Billy the Kid's grave, why did it not move the soldier's grave?
It's interesting. And another thing that has always been a question in my mind, not knowing exactly how deep Billy the Kid was buried, but obviously he was probably buried at least 4 or 5 feet deep. There would have to be a lot of movement to move his actual grave.
Well, a lot of people don't realize that this soil here is clay. And if you have been around clay soil, you know that basically the only way to move that is to undercut it. And this ground out here is very hard. Water runs right over the top of it unless you have like the river, which the banks undercut and the banks just fell off. Ground out here is just, I mean, it can be as hard as a rock.
You also have the famous photograph of Billy the Kid, not the original, but you have many of drawings and the like, as well as what seems to be other pictures of Billy the Kid. Is that one photograph the only documented picture of Billy the Kid, or are there others?
That is the only one that they know for a fact that it's Billy the Kid. I believe that was taken here in Fort Sumner in about 1879.
Anyone who has seen that picture knows that it's not too flattering of Billy the Kid. I've often thought of it as a driver's license photo.
Right.
But Billy the Kid was evidently not that bad looking because he did have women almost everywhere he went. Why was this such a weird looking photograph?
That's a good question, and and I don't know the exact answer, but I will give you, this is my opinion. If you notice in the photograph, if you look real close, he's probably wearing every stitch of clothes that he owns. The photograph was supposed to be taken in about December of 1879. I'm sure it was pretty cold. If you notice, he has a big old sweater on, pretty baggy. I think that's why he looks so slouchy, is because he had so many pairs of clothes on, probably everything he owned. As you and I both know, sometimes you take a bad photograph.
That's right. That's why I call it a driver's license photograph. Right. That photograph, for a long time, people thought Billy the Kid was left-handed. And then someone decided that it was a negative backwards.
That's right. The one that's backwards, if it shows him being left-handed, if you look at the Winchester, the loading breech is on the left side, and I don't think Winchester made a left-sided loading breech.
It would have been nice if they did, because I'm left-handed,
Right.
and it would have made it a lot easier for me.
Right.
Obviously, you believe that Pat Garrett killed Billy the Kid, and he was buried in that particular location. How many other Billy the Kids were there?
Well, there's two that I know that are pretty famous. There's a guy in Texas by the name of Brushy Bill Roberts
Right.
that claims he was Billy the Kid, and then there's one in Arizona by the name of John Miller. Now, I think they've exhumed John Miller.
Yes.
And I have heard nothing more about John Miller since they exhumed him.
So obviously the news was not good for those people who thought he was Billy the Kid.
I think they don't want to talk about it anymore.
It's one of the interesting things I've always thought about the Old West. we're from Arizona, and obviously that means that there's all type of discussions about Wyatt Earp, and then you go to Missouri and you have Jesse James, you go down to Texas and you have John Wesley Hardin. If all of the answers were in black and white, it wouldn't be fun anymore. Part of the fun is being able to say your particular feelings about something and try to defend it.
Well, we have people come in every day that they feel like Billy the Kid got away and lived to be an old man and had a good life, and I think that's kind of what everybody would like to see.
Right.
But I personally don't think that happened. Now, I wasn't there when they shot him or buried him or anything else, so, but we go by, there's people here that are descendants of the people that helped bury him. So we have a pretty strong tie to history. We think history's correct. Also, my grandmother, when she was a young girl, talked to Delavina Maxwell and was told the story. And my father also, when he was about 8 years old, talked to Jesus Silva, who was Maxwell's foreman.
Right.
And he was the one that went into the room after Billy the Kid was killed and carried him out.
Well, I think there were enough people who saw the dead body, people who didn't necessarily have a dog in the race,
Right.
that it would have come out that that wasn't Billy the Kid, if so.
Well, there were too many people there, and you cannot keep that type of thing hush-hush or secret. You know how people are. People are going to talk.
That's right. When Billy the Kid was here in Fort Sumner and staying, I guess, in one of the outbuildings at Pete Maxwell's place,
Yes.
why was Pete Maxwell never brought up on charges of harboring a criminal?
Well, because Billy the Kid would stay with different people that worked for Maxwell. For instance, Charlie Beaudry lived at the fort at one time. There was a census taken in 1880, I believe, and it showed that Billy the Kid was staying with Charlie Beaudry at the time. So he stayed with different ones there. So, I don't think they could really say that Pete Maxwell was harboring, him.
I have heard that Pete Maxwell was afraid of Billy the Kid. Do you think there was an element there?
I think after Billy the Kid killed the two deputies in Lincoln, and the law was after him pretty heavy, and as you know, that Billy the Kid was kind of involved with Paulita Maxwell, who was Pete Maxwell's sister.
Right.
And I don't think Pete wanted Billy the Kid around. I think he was a little leery of him now.
I also have heard that Pat Garrett was receiving telegrams indicating that Billy the Kid was in Fort Sumner, and quite possibly those telegrams were sent by Pete Maxwell.
Well, I'm not sure of that. I do know that every time that Pat Garrett would come to Fort Sumner looking for Billy the Kid, he just seemed to be able to slip away. And this last time, Garrett hid out and didn't let anybody know he was coming into town. And that's pretty much how he caught up with him.
I've also heard the theory that the actual bedroom that Pete Maxwell was in and Pat Garrett was in was Pete Maxwell's sister's bedroom, and Billy the Kid was coming there to meet with her, and he was in effect set up. Have you ever heard that theory?
Well, I've heard different philosophies and theories about that, but what I think took place is the Maxwells had a rule. They basically killed a beef a day for people, that lived there at the fort, could come up and get what beef they needed, but the rule was they had to tell Maxwell that they were getting it. And I believe Billy the Kid came there. He was going to get him something to eat. He was going to let Maxwell know that he was getting it. And when he went in there, it just so happened that Pat Garrett was there.
What time at night was this?
Around midnight.
Normally, about this time, Tim, I'd say, how do you get to your place here, the Billy the Kid Museum? But in reality, if you are in Fort Sumner, you will not miss this place. And I'll tell you, if you are a student at all of Billy the Kid, you got to stop by here, see all the memorabilia. You even have Billy the Kid's gun here.
Yeah, we have a rifle that Billy the Kid gave to a man by the name of Celadon Trujillo, and we have all the documentation on the rifle. We also have John Tunstall's travel case. We have Chisholm's Confederate sword. We have a Bowie knife that belonged to Fred Waite.
Right.
So we've got a lot of interesting historical items to look at.
And I tell you, if you're here in this part of New Mexico, you got to stop by here. Tim Sweet, thank you very much.
Thank you.
After a segment about Billy the Kid, it's mandatory that we have the Ballad of Billy the Kid. And here's Michael Martin Murphy with that song.
I'll sing you a true song of Billy the Kid. I'll sing you the desperate deeds that he did way out in New Mexico long years ago, when a man's only protection was a big 44. When Billy the Kid was a very young lad, in old Silver City he went to the bat, way out in the west, with a gun in his hand. At the age of 12 years he killed his first man. Fair Mexican maidens play guitars and sing all about Billy, their boy band king. Ere his manhood had come to an end, he'd notches on his pistol for 21 men. It was on the same morning that young Billy died. Said to his friends, boys, I'm not satisfied. 21 men I've put bullets through. Sheriff Pat Garrett's gonna make 22. In this way Billy the Kid met his fate. The moon it was high and the hour was late. Shot down by Pat Garrett, who once was his friend. This way Billy the Kid met his end. Now there's many a young man with a face fine and fair, who started out alive with a chance to be square. But just like Billy, he wanders astray and loses his life in the very same way. I'll sing you a true song of Billy the Kid. I'll sing you the desperate deeds that he did way out in New Mexico long years ago, when a man's only protection was a big 44.
If you missed any part of this morning's Chronicle of the Old West, you can hear it again Sunday night at 11 p.m. right here on AM 59 WCAB Rutherfordton.
Welcome back to Chronicle of the Old West Weekly Edition. I'm your host, Dakota Livesay. I am truly excited today because I have with me the person I most enjoy talking to, Mr. Bill O'Neill.
Hey, Dakota, how are you?
I want us to talk about, I'm going to say a person. Actually, it's not a person, but historically they were very, very important to not only the development of Texas, but the development of the West, and in particular the heritage of the cowboy. And that is that old lowly longhorn cow.
Oh, you bet. That's, as you know, Dakota, and almost all of our listeners, I'm sure, know this, neither cattle nor horses. You got to have a horse to ride after the cows, you know. neither horses nor cattle are indigenous to this continent. The Spanish came over here in the early 1500s, bringing both with them. They had a very strong cattle culture in Spain, and so they brought both cattle and horses with them to Mexico, as well as elsewhere that they claimed. They claimed an awful lot of stuff. There was an interesting development in 1540 to 42. Francisco Coronado led a large expedition. He came up the west coast of Mexico, coming out of Mexico City, went up the west coast of Mexico, and then he angled on through what is today Arizona, New Mexico, and top part of Texas, and up into Kansas, ultimately looking for the 7 cities gold. Well, this expedition had several hundred men, and they brought a very large herd of livestock. They actually had some sheep, but they brought a lot of cows with them, and of course horses and remounts. So anyway, this was a landmark expedition. Dakota, this thing, oh golly, they discovered the Grand Canyon, one part of them, and Palo Duro Canyon. It was a wide-ranging expedition across the Southwest. Well, some of the horses strayed, and some of the cattle strayed. They brought those cows because they didn't know where they were going. They brought meat on the hoof for the expedition. The horses found this a natural heartland, and they began to breed out there, and before you know it, there were huge herds of wild Mustangs, Mustaños, they call them. The cows did not have such good luck because cattle could be pulled down by predators and so forth, and so just 1 or 2 stray cows out there did not breed up at all. Now, we have a little geography in Texas. Now, that was the first of many, many wide-ranging expeditions by the Spanish. Same thing kept happening. Horses would stray and continue to breed. The cows would not. Now, in lower Texas, of course, the current boundary of Texas is what they used to call the Rio Bravo, the Rio Grande, and the Rio Grande, today a good bit of the border between Texas and Mexico and the rest of the United States. Okay. The Rio Grande was wide and unpolluted in those days. Then, of course, it angles from north to southeast. Okay? Then you have the Gulf of Mexico running up the coast. Actually, Texas has 624 miles worth of coastline. And it ran up the coast a pretty good ways before you got to the Nueces River, also a pretty good river. And the Nueces went kind of straight across, it flowed west to east. And so it made a sort of a vast natural corral, sort of triangle shaped. Again, bounded on the bottom by the Rio Grande, on east side, if you will, by the Gulf of Mexico, and on the north side by the Nueces River. This was very harsh country, and nobody lived down there. There were some super poor Indians that tried to live down there, and otherwise people just avoided it. They would settle along the Rio Grande, and then they would settle up above there from Corpus Christi all up to San Antonio. But boy, that area in between was pretty bad. They had horses down there, but that's about it. Now, part of this geography is from Mexico City, going up to the north, up to the Rio Grande, up through this natural corral that I'm talking about, and then angling on, curving and heading east all the way through Nacogdoches, Texas, Natchitoches, Louisiana, and ultimately Pensacola, Florida, is El Camino Real, the King's Highway. And it wasn't much of a highway. It certainly wasn't a 4-lane or anything. It was wagon trail, wagon rut. But that's where all these expeditions went. If they're going from Mexico City to Florida or to Natchitoches or wherever they come up through there, and certainly if they're coming to Texas. This was the route traveled. Dakota, from 1692 until 1790, there were 25 missions built in Texas. There were missions elsewhere across the Spanish Southwest, 22, as a matter of fact, in California, but 25 in Texas. Most of these missions were stocked with cattle, some of them a lot. Now, see, the hacienda system had been taken from Spain up into Mexico, and it got up pretty far. There was a hacienda on the Rio Grande that had about 750 people living on it and 9,000 head of cattle. But there was one mission in Texas that had 10,000 head of cattle. Now, Most of them did not have anywhere near that size, but there was one mission stock with 10,000 head of cattle, another one with 15,000 head of cattle. And so they were coming up through there, and just about every expedition brought a herd of cattle with it. If nothing else, then meat on the hoof. And, of course, I got to say something else about that natural grassland. Cattle would be, large herds of cattle, which just didn't happen yet, would be crowded off by buffalo, which are larger, you know.
Okay.
So the cows just didn't grow up anywhere except in this natural corral. And through the years, 1500s, 1600s, 1700s, you had one Spanish expedition after another crossing the Rio Grande, headed north with cows, maybe to stock ranches, maybe just to feed the expedition, and some of those cows strayed. And they're out in this harsh country, and they were longhorns, and those horns evolved longer and longer because they had to have them as a weapon. They were wild animals, and so they got lean and mean, to use an old sport phrase, you know.
Right.
But they really were that, and they were tough, they were hardy, they got where they could go without water, they would browse off of trees like deer, and one of the things down there would be mesquite. And they would eat those mesquite beans, which are kind of like snap beans.
Okay.
And there is protein in those little beans, those little pods. So there they are, just going around. And boy, predators better stay. There are not that many predators down there. And if some kind of coyote or something came after them, boy, they'd get after them with those horns or kick them or whatever. Leave my little calf alone, you know. And so they started growing down there. And there's something else about the occasional stray cow somewhere. If a person saw it in those early days, they'd shoot that cow, not so much for the meat, but for the leather, which was of great value on the frontier.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's nobody down in that natural corral that we're talking about to kill those cows. There's nobody who lives down there. And so the lack of predators included human beings. And so they just kind of quietly grew up, and they were tough. Those horns, it was very common to have 5-foot span of horns.
Wow.
It was not uncommon to have a 6-foot span. I've got a 6-foot span of longhorns right above my door. I'm looking at it right now, trying to get in the mood for this talk. So 6 feet was not really unusual. And just as there is an occasional guy who's 7'2" in our society, you know, well, there was an occasional cow that had 7, 8 feet, even 9.
Wow.
Was exceptional, but occasionally that happened. And later on, you know, they couldn't get them down loading chutes, you know.
Right.
Load them into a railroad car, they'd have to turn their head sideways if they could, you know, try to get that head sideways to get them up there because they were just too wide. So 5 or 6 feet was pretty normal, and again, they had an ornery disposition. And people just left them alone because, again, there weren't any people down there. And so they just kind of quietly multiplied. Now, you know, this gets exponential.
Bill, let's take a break right here. And when we come back, I'd like to talk to you about how the Texans took advantage of all of these longhorn cattle.
Yeah.
Remember when you were young listening to Gunsmoke, Gene Autry, and Hopalong Cassidy on the radio? You would sit there watching the radio, mesmerized by the drama being acted out. Your imagination actually saw the sheriff's posse chasing the bad guys. Well, those days are gone. Or are they? Galaxy Press has a series of Western audiobooks by L. Ron Hubbard, a man who understood the early West and how to tell a story that mesmerizes the listener. Galaxy Press uses over 75 Hollywood actors and a library of 175,000 sounds to make their old-time radio audiobooks. To order a free catalog of their Wild Wild West collection, give them a call at 877-8-GALAXY. That's 877-8-GALAXY. GALAXY. And remember, great audiobooks make great driving partners. If you enjoy learning about the Old West, both what happened in the 1800s and what is happening today, then you need to visit our website, www.chronicleoftheoldwest.com. chronicleoftheoldwest.com. We have one of the web's most comprehensive sites covering the history of our American West, and it's constantly being updated. So put www.chronicleoftheoldwest.com as one of your favorite links and visit.
You're listening to Chronicles of the Old West on AM 59 WCAB Rutherfordton.
Welcome back to Chronicle of the Old West Weekly Edition. We've been talking to Bill O'Neill about the Longhorn cattle in Texas. And when we left Bill, we had just determined that there were a lot of cattle, and we need to find out what Texans are going to do about it.
Now, we had a lot of them down in that country by the 1850s, and people knew it. And so people began to try these cattle drives. There wasn't any way to we didn't have refrigeration, and they'd try to ship them by boat, and they'd get sick and fall down and break legs. That didn't work very well. And so they tried to drive them here and there. There was a cattle drive or two through East Texas to New Orleans. They sent a herd or two out to the California gold fields, and they even tried to get up to, during the Civil War to the gold mining country in Colorado. We were learning how. We were learning this whole cattle culture from the Spanish all the way. Now, not only did they provide the cattle and the horses, basically, but also, let me just run down a little vocabulario for you a little bit. In Spanish, a cow is vaca. Okay, so the guy that worked the cattle was the vaquero. And we kind of Americanized that later on. We said, vaquero, what's that? Buckaroo. Now, using an article, the rope that they used on these cows was la reata. Well, of course, we just Americanized that into one word, lariat. There was a verb, a Spanish verb, when you roped the cow, and, everything was a cow, including the he-cow.
Right.
They used the word bull, but everything was a cow. All right, so when you rope a cow, you wrapped the loose end of the rope around your saddle horn. That's what that saddle horn's there for, not for the safety button,
Okay, to hold on to when the horse gets going, huh?
That's right. And, of course, see, the saddle was part of this whole thing, too. Not these light Eastern saddles. It was a big old heavy stock saddle with a saddle horn on it. This was the cowboy's workbench, and we got that idea from the vaqueros. Well, anyway, when you wrapped the loose end of the rope around the saddle horn, they used a three-word phrase, dar la vuelta. And we heard that, and we didn't know what they were saying, and so we said dally.
Uh-huh.
And so we began to dally our rope. Then the heavy leather leggings. I said this was hard country. Man, I mean, brush, thorns, mesquite trees, and cactus and everything just tear up your pants. So they began to use heavy leather leggings that they call chapaneras, and we shortened that to chaps. They fashioned a sort of a bridle out of rope and called it a hakima, using a J and a Q in that word, hakima. And we said hackamore.
Mm-hmm.
And then the ranch was, they said rancho, and we said ranch. And then they had the word lazo, L-A-Z-O. We made that lasso. And then rodear, rodeo. And I mentioned Mustang a while ago, Mustang. And then other words, we didn't change at all. Corral, Bronco, Remuda. All of these words, the spelling is the same. And then, of course, we adapted the spurs. Those huge, you've seen in museums, those enormous rowels.
Right.
On those spurs, they're so big, you couldn't walk in them. You'd have to mount your horse and then buckle them on. And that and the big boots and, of course, the big hat, the sombrero, and we would have wide-brimmed hats, too, and the colorful neckerchief and all the rest, And so all of this paraphernalia, the horseman's paraphernalia, all that looks pretty cool, to people. The big stock saddle, the lasso, the big hat, and all that. And all that's going to be part of this cowboy culture, too. But it was the techniques that we picked up from them. There are reasons for these clothes. The branding, we picked that up, of course. And so, man, we've got the cattle culture going. Okay. Civil War comes along, and if we were trying to drive them here and there before, man, there wasn't anybody to drive them. In Texas, almost everybody was in uniform. We had 92,000 men, according to the census of 1860, between the ages of 18 and 45, and 60 to 70,000 of them went into the service. And so there weren't very many men left, and so those cows were totally left alone now. At the end of the Civil War, Dakota, there were approximately 5 million head down there in that natural corral, or, of course, some of them had wandered out. Texas wasn't very heavily settled. So we had 5 million head of cattle estimated, didn't belong to anybody, and they were all over the place. Well, when the Civil War ended, those guys came back, and the 11 southern states depended on cotton, and all of a sudden, all that cotton that had been stored up during the war hit the markets, and the bottom dropped out of the market. And everybody in everybody in the South was hurt desperately economically, except Texas. We had something else to go to, and it was those cows. And as you know, there was a market up in the Northeast, and here were the cows down here. And we started using the techniques and the gear, the equipment we had learned, and adding to it. For instance, legendary cattleman Charles Goodnight took an old army wagon and made a chuck wagon out of it. And so there's the chuck wagon, and so we added to it and so forth. But we began the long cattle drives at that point, and that's a well-known story. First, up to Sedalia, Missouri, but you had all kinds of problems going through there. You had to head through farmer country, and it was mountainous, and East Texas is forested, and it was hard to get cattle up there. And so Joseph G. McCoy famously moved the trail out to Kansas, and it began to be called the Chisholm Trail. First there was Abilene at the head of the Chisholm Trail. There had to be a railroad connection, and he found one, with this little town of Abilene, which became the first great cow town. And then later on, they began to move the cow towns down toward Texas. Newton one season, Wichita for several seasons, Caldwell for several seasons, and then simultaneously a parallel trail grew up because we were moving into West Texas, and that was the Western Trail, and its terminus was certainly a very famous place, Dodge City. And at the same time, Charles Goodnight and a partner of his named Oliver Loving, they came up with a trail that would go up the Pecos River through West Texas and then on up into the Colorado Goldfields. And that Goodnight-Loving Trail was very famous indeed. Had huge ranches in Texas, beginning with the King Ranch in the 1850s, and then after the Civil War, Goodnight's JAs, 3 million acre XIT, and on and on and on. And then they began to not just drive these cattle to the railheads, but also to stock ranches all over the place. Famous beef bonanza was on. That period of the open range, the cattle drives, the long drives lasted into the mid-1880s. So it's a heck of a story, and at the core of it is the Longhorn. And by the way, people, those Longhorns were a butcher's nightmare. They said, my gosh, there's 8 pounds of hamburger on 800 pounds of bone and horn. They didn't get their full growth until they were about 8-10 years old. Even then, even fully mature, they were still pretty lean, weighed about 1,000 pounds. And the beef was often stringy and everything, but they could stand the hardships of the trail. My great-grandfather rode for a trail driver named Pink Higgins, who also was a gunman of note, but he was basically a rancher and a trail driver. My great-grandfather went up the trail several times in the 1870s, and a good trail driver could actually put weight on the cows. That's why, railroads hit Texas in the 1870s. But we kept making the long drives because it was cheaper. And then at the same time, if the trail driver knew what he was doing and the grass was good, he would go slowly, let the cows graze, and they would actually be fatter when they got to Kansas than they were when they left Texas. Now, guys that drove them hard and so forth, they lost weight, and heaven knows they didn't have much weight to lose. And by the way, very interestingly, a lot of people in Texas are breeding Longhorns again because we're so worried about fat, that all of a sudden they don't want the better breeds of beef that we came up with later. They want to go back to those Longhorns and all that lean meat. Well, it is lean indeed. There's one more element to the Longhorns that's kind of interesting. There was everybody called it tick fever or Texas fever. And those Longhorns were so tough that it just didn't bother them much. They were pretty much immune to it. And as they would make these drives in the spring and summer and fall, a lot of those ticks would fall off. And if you were going through a farming region, Well, those ticks would infect your milk cows and any other, handful of cows you had around your farm and stuff, and they'd die. And boy, farmers were always trying to quarantine. That's why one reason they moved those trails out west was to stay away from farmers and their quarantines and that tick fever. They called it Texas fever. Blame us. We wanted to blame the Mexicans, so we call it Spanish fever.
Pass the blame around.
You bet, pass it around, yeah. But anyway, and those Longhorns became iconic. I have not only am I looking at that spread of Longhorns, I've got a great big wastebasket beside my desk here, and it's a University of Texas thing. I did a lot of graduate work there, but it's got a big old Longhorn on it. That's the reason I got it, man.
Okay. Well, Bill, we're going to be seeing each other in a while. Why don't we see if we can find a good old Longhorn steak dinner and taste some of that stuff?
Okay, that's fine with me, but I want a big ribeye with a lot of fat on it.
Off of a Hereford or something, huh?
That's right.
Bill, thank you so very much for telling us about the Longhorn cattle, an animal like the horse that, were they not to exist, we probably wouldn't have the romance of the cowboy today.
That's right indeed.
Hello, this is Dakota. I have a question for you. You listen to our radio show when you can. You enjoy listening to stories about the Old West. You understand the importance of the history of our American West in making the United States the great country it is today. But you're not a subscriber to the Old West's premier newspaper. My question is, why not? Is it because you don't know how? Just go to oldwestnewspaper.com on your computer or call us at 888-DOG-JAKE. Is it because it's too expensive? At $30 a year, that's only $2.50 a month, the cost of a cup of coffee. Maybe it's because you just feel you don't have enough time to read it. Remember, this isn't like a regular newspaper that you have to read immediately. This is Old West history. You can read it when you get a chance. Give us a call at 888-DOG-JAKE and enjoy yourself. Are you a John Wayne fan? How many times have you seen his movie McClintock? Remember the weather vane John Wayne would throw his hat on? You can have one just like the one that's presently on the house used in the McClintock movie. That's right, Dog Jake has the McClintock weather vane. To get one for yourself, go to www.dogjake.com or give us a call at 888-DOG-JAKE. You too can have a piece of John Wayne memorabilia. It sure looks like it's time to wrap things up for another week. Thanks, Tim Sweet, for telling us about the real Billy the Kid. And once again, thanks to Bill O'Neill for giving us the story of how Longhorn cattle came to the United States and inspired cattle drives. A couple of weeks ago, Sonny and I attended the memorial service of a friend everyone knew as Captain Jack. His real name was Jack Crown. Jack was involved in the Old West as a reenactor and member of Buck Montgomery's posse. Buck puts on Old West events. Captain Jack was well loved. There were about 125 people at the event. We spent the afternoon eating, drinking, and talking about our memories of Captain Jack. As I looked around the crowd, there were several younger people, but the majority of the people were more mature in age. Notice how I diplomatically phrased that. It's because I'm one of those more mature people. If you've listened to our weekly show before, you know how important I think our Western history is to the greatness of our country today. Unfortunately, young people aren't being taught about that importance. As the more mature in age people go to their reward, we could quite possibly lose a vital part of our American history. And you know, as many people have said, if you don't know where you came from, you don't know where you're going. My hope and prayer is that as the Captain Jacks pass on, there will be others to step forward and take their place. Maybe that person is you. Now, let's take a look at next week's show. We'll start with Michael F. Blake talking about that classic movie High Noon. In the second half of the show, I'll be talking to Jim McGregor about the Lost Dutchman's Mine. Now until next week at the same time on this great radio station, this is Dakota Livesay asking that God always be at your side and may He continue to bless this great country.
Hi, this is Eric Metaxas. I am proud to present the following radio drama, The Thief on the Cross. This station has agreed to air this broadcast commercial-free in honor of Good Friday. It stars noted actor and my friend Stephen Baldwin as The Thief on the Cross, brought to you by Unlocking the Bible Ministry.
Join WCAB as we bring you Heaven, How I Got Here, Sunday afternoon at 1 o'clock, and then again Sunday evening at 6, right here on AM 59 WCAB Rutherfordton. Today's hits and yesterday's memories, WCAB Rutherfordton.
News. I'm Sherry Preston. As the search continues for those still alive and responsible for the Brussels terror attacks, a call from Muslims in Belgium to come together against radical Islam. ABC's Aaron Kaptursky is there.
The imam at Brussels Grand Mosque said the time has come to act. He said the mosque would launch a program against radicalization to send a message the suicide bombers committed barbaric crimes that have nothing to do with Islam. The imam said young Belgian Muslims who've traveled to Syria to link up with ISIS never studied at the mosque. It all happens on social media, he said, on the internet.
Also in Brussels, ABC's Terry Moran with more on the search for those two suspected attackers.
A massive manhunt is underway, but people here aren't sure that their government, which has been one step behind the terrorists so many times, is up to the job. And